Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the City Commission Conference Meeting this 16th day of August 2022. Thank you for your participation. It looks like a somewhat short agenda, so perhaps we can get through this or on the other hand, allow us time to have some good discussion on the topics that are listed here. Well, let's begin by reviewing the communications that have been sent to the City Commission. We start out with the Sustainability Advisory Board. There's a rather lengthy communication, mainly asking that the City Commission consider partnering with Solar United Neighbors. Is there anybody here, a staff member, want to step up and explain to us a little bit about what the request is here today?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Glenn Hadwin. I'm the Sustainability Manager for the City of Fort Lauderdale. This communication is about the city expanding a partnership with a nonprofit program that already runs in the county. I believe they're on their 5th year. The coordinator of the program, Laura Tellez, is here if you have any questions. But it's a program that enables residents to get solar through an educational process. They cooperatively select vendors and RFPs. There's no obligation or fee to participate. But last year, I think they had about 250 residents of Broward County who participated. About 30% of them were from Fort Lauderdale. And in light of the city's net zero goals, we would like the board is asking that the city officially endorse or support this program and authorize staff to do some outreach and communications to help educate people, our residents, about this program.
Well, we're not adopting this program. We're just making people aware that it exists. I mean, they're asking us to participate in what they're doing. Do we have to vet their program first? I mean, what is our obligation here?
It's not participation. It's just allowing our doing outreach on behalf of it. Is letting the homeowners associations know about it. The Civic Council of Civic Associations. They have numerous educational events. So that we wouldn't formally, or other cities have done, there's an example of a resolution from Miami-Dade County where they've officially endorsed this. So it's up to the city what level of support or endorsement you would like to do.
Well, for example, it says in the co-op's homeowners bundle, they're buying power to secure competitive pricing and high-quality offerings for rooftop solar equipment for their homes. Co-ops focus on education, consumer protection. And I think it's great that there is an organization out there, but where's our role in this?
Our role is to encourage our residents to adopt solar. It doesn't have to be through this. It could be through other mechanisms. But as you'll recall, in December of last year, the city adopted a net zero energy goal, and without a substantial effort to increase our renewable energy capacity, or the solar installations in the city, we're not going to make any progress towards that goal. So this is just one mechanism that the city could support.
Okay.
To your point, Mayor, Alan Bullock, to your point, we would like to have a little bit more detail exactly what our involvement would be. It always gets tricky if we start endorsing or being seen to endorse a particular product. We had some issues a few years ago. So not saying no, but we need to really set the parameters and take a look exactly at what point, how we would be linked to make sure that we don't end up endorsing a product.
Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. All right, thank you. Any questions?
With Solar United Neighbors,
This is Laura Tellez, is the coordinator for Solar United Neighbors who runs the program.
Introduce yourself.
Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioners, and everybody here. My name is Laura Tellez, and I'm the South Florida Program Coordinator with Solar United Neighbors. Thank you so much for taking the time to look into this resolution. I just wanted to add a little bit of context to some of the questions that you all had. We are a vendor-neutral nonprofit, so we don't have any preference for equipment or installers. We provide unbiased information for homeowners that are interested in going solar. So you wouldn't be endorsing any specific product. The co-op members are the ones that select the installer. We just issue a competitive request for proposals from installers that are interested in servicing the co-op. But we do not select the installer. Like I said, we are completely vendor neutral. The support from the city would just be to share that information to the residents, so that residents that are interested in going solar can have access to the support of the co-op process, but also we support anybody that's interested in going solar. So if someone wants to go solar outside the co-op, or they have already installed and have questions, we are a resource for the community. Anybody basically that wants some additional support.
So you're not selling a product, you're just advertising a service to educate people on the use and the benefits of solar energy?
Yes, so we are not an installation company. We're just a vendor-neutral nonprofit that provides support for homeowners that are interested in going solar. And we do a bulk buying process that we call a solar co-op, where residents and small business owners can join for free. We look at their roof, make sure it makes sense for them to go solar. Like if they have a really shady roof or not enough solar resource, then we let them know that it's not going to make sense for them to go solar. Once that group grows to about 30 co-op members, we issue a very competitive and very thorough RFP for any installers that are interested in servicing the co-op. We review all of that information. We check for licenses, equipment. We do all of that review, and the co-op members form a selection committee, and the co-op members are the ones that select the installer. We just facilitate the process, and we provide technical assistance and support to the residents all throughout the process, before, during, and after installation.
So what's to prevent you from doing this on your own? I mean, why do you need the city involved?
We partner with many governments, so we partner with Broward County, we partner with the City of Sunrise. They just help us get the word out to the residents, just so that they know that it's available in their community. We open co-ops for a specific amount of time, so it just help us get the word out there. That's
Okay. Anyone have any questions? No? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you
We
so much.
appreciate it, sure. Okay, our next communication is from the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board. This particular request has to do with surplusing Northeast Fifth Street.
Mayor,
Clarence, do you want to talk about this? Is Clarence here?
Mayor, there was a clarification on it. It's Northeast Fifth Avenue, not
All right,
Street.
Northeast Fifth Avenue.
Honorable Mayor, we have Anthony Fajardo also available to discuss, or Clarence, I didn't see you.
So, Mayor, if I could just ask, did we take any action? Are we okay with the Sustainability Advisory Board just asking us to partner with the organization and pass along information? Are we concurring with their recommendation? What exactly did we do?
Well, we didn't really take any action on that. I mean, I have no objection to the city, disseminating information. Partnering has a different connotation. I don't want to say we're in business with them for the reasons that Mr. Boileau pointed out. So, if we want to be a clearinghouse for information for them and any other group that's trying to promote, the use of solar energy, I think that's meritorious, but I hate to say we're partnering with anybody.
Okay, so we would encourage them, though, to share information with us so that we could help get the word out.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, Clarence.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
Vice
sir.
Mayor, and Commissioner Glassman. This communication came by way of the Central City Advisory Board, whom we do have the chair here, Mr. Ray Thrower. The concern was, as we look to surplus land, the city surplus land, that if it was going to be surplused over in Central City, that it would not be a pocket park. And they just wanted to express their concerns about.
I can't hear you. Speak in the microphone.
They were expressing their concerns about the surplus land becoming a pocket park. And they didn't want to see that because in fear of there being loitering or any vagrants hanging out that would create unwanted, I guess, activity.
Is there any activity or discussion going on about establishing pocket parks in that area on Fifth Avenue?
One of the members seemed to remember there being someone, I guess, from the audience making a comment about the possibility of it becoming a pocket park if the city were not to surplus it. So the idea was to sell it, or if it was sold, it could be sold to the Central City CRA or conveyed to the Central City CRA for the purpose of development and not just creating a pocket park.
So are these lots in the process of being rezoned at the moment?
Not these lots specifically, but the rezoning process is happening in the Central City area. And the thought was that it could be an attractive piece of land for either landowner that abuts those two pieces.
So are these lots on their own sufficiently sized to accommodate development, like a single-family home or a multifamily home?
No, I don't think so. They're like 2,500 square feet, or maybe less. I think maybe even 1,300. But no, not in and of themselves. They're not developable pieces of property.
So there would only be of value to the people who own property next to it?
Right.
Do we know how many lots we're talking about?
It's two very small.
Two?
Two very small parcels.
I mean, I can't see establishing a park of 2,500 square feet, so I don't think there's any threat for that to happen. I mean, I don't understand why, and what would we rezone it to? I mean, are they already not in a residential zoning classification?
Well, the idea wasn't that they be rezoned, but with the rezoning of the area, again, the adjacent property owners may be interested in purchasing them so that they could add them to their developable pieces of property to get more in the way of density.
So and to get back, I think you may have answered this question before, but I want to make sure I understand. You're saying these particular lots are part of the rezoning effort or not part of the rezoning?
No, they're not. Not in and of themselves, no.
Okay. But is the neighborhood part of rezoning?
Yes,
So these lots would be included in the neighborhood?
they're included in the neighborhood. It doesn't necessarily mean that they would automatically be rezoned. The zoning there may already be adequate enough for any development that could happen on either lot.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, sir.
there is a Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board meeting on August 24th where they're supposed to wrap up this rezoning project. So maybe we can just wait a couple of weeks.
Okay.
Well, actually, 1 week, 8 days. But I just wanted to bring something else up in regards to the minutes, Clarence, because what you just said is, I don't know, there's just some contradictory information in the minutes. I'm referring to the minutes of August 3rd of the Central City Redevelopment Advisory Board, and on page 2, under the surplus lots discussion of what we're talking about right now. And by the way, throughout the minutes, it's always listed as street instead of avenue. Northeast Fifth Street is repeated throughout the document. But under Roman numeral 5, it actually says that funding's not in place to purchase the lots. But however, it says Ms. Salmon confirmed that the neighborhood had indicated to the city commission that they did not want the city to sell the property as surplus, but wanted the land for a pocket park, which seems to be opposite of what you just said. You said they didn't want it for a pocket park, or they didn't want it because they thought it would be a problem for a park. But this says that the neighborhood wants a pocket park there, so I'm a little confused about that. And then on the actual communication to the city commission, Roman numeral 8, and I'm quoting from the minutes, it says, Mr. Greenbaum said at the commission meeting, commissioners did not seem to think it was worth making it into a park. Mayor, I have no recollection of us having that conversation at all. So maybe I need some clarity on that, maybe I missed it. But I don't remember us coming to that consensus at all. That's it.
I'm sorry, Caesar, come in. So when you, I think what you're reading where you're saying, or where you said, it was said that there was no money available for it. We did in fact state to the board members that we didn't have money to be able to purchase those properties. Angela was there in the meeting, and what we mentioned was that if it was something that they wanted to pursue, then what we would try to do is get the city to convey it to us. But the notion of them, when you say them wanting to have it as a pocket park, that was a part of the discussion that I think was had at the city commission meeting, and their understanding that someone was suggesting that it be a pocket park. And the board members did not want to see it become a pocket park.
So according to your minutes, the neighborhood wanted it to be a pocket park, but the board did not want it to be a pocket park?
Again, that discussion revolved around what one member thought he heard in the city commission meeting.
No, I'm not up to that part. I'm before that part where it says, under Roman numeral 5, it says, Ms. Salmon confirmed that the neighborhood had indicated to the city commission that they did not want the city to sell the property as surplus, but wanted the land for a pocket park. So the neighborhood wants it as a pocket park, but the board does not want it as a
Right.
pocket park?
Right.
Okay, and that's, all right, I just wanted some clarity there. But then again, I do not remember. I need someone to remind me why the board thinks that this commission, the city commission, did not think it was worth making it into a park. I do not remember us ever having that conversation, that's all. Does anyone else remember us having that conversation?
No, but if we want to discuss it right now, 2,500 square feet.
I don't,
would
and-
be a park.
Commissioner Glass, what does that next sentence mean? She, I think, which is Miss Salmon, confirmed that the adjacent property owner did not want to sell, but the city was still talking with him. Sell what?
Their property.
Sell their property to who?
To the, I guess it would be to the city. I don't know if Angela's here.
Very strange.
Mayor, Commissioners, Angela Salmon with the City Manager's Office. I believe it was the May agenda that we brought 2 surplus properties forward to the commission to sell because there were some interested in developing it for a residential property. And at the time, that item was deferred and opposed because a neighbor spoke on behalf of making it a pocket park. And then we were exploring that item as a pocket park.
Well, I remember 2 items being pulled from the commission agenda in Middle River Terrace.
Correct.
Are we talking about the same the same spot now
Yes, Commissioner.
from Middle River? Okay, all right, that makes sense, but I don't remember this commission ever saying that, we actually said go back. We told the president of Middle River Terrace to go back and have conversations with staff about if there was that interest from the city. I think they talked about it as a community garden. I remember that
Correct.
conversation. And I don't think we weighed in at all about whether we thought it should be or not should be. We just encouraged the president of Middle River Terrace to go talk to staff and find out if the neighborhood wanted that for sure. That was my recollection.
Okay, yeah, I can look back into that and we can do whatever, we're following the neighborhood's direction
Okay,
and to look into a pocket park.
okay, thank you. Yeah, I just think you need to look back at these minutes and just make things a lot clearer because it's really not. Thanks.
Can do.
Okay, Ray, you wanted to speak on this?
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor. Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'll just briefly make restate a couple of items that have already been talked about. But thank you for being here. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak on behalf of the board. The two lots, they're adjacent city-owned lots on Northeast Fifth Avenue. Each lot has 25 feet width and their normal typical depth. So with vacating one property line, we would have one developable lot, which would be a 50-foot wide lot with approximately 130 feet depth. So the board, the majority of the board was thinking, perhaps a CRA joint venture for affordable or workforce housing, because all the adjacent sites are residential, primarily multifamily. There's lots of apartment complexes, 8 plexes, 16 plexes. Also, there's a large lot adjacent that's vacant. And as talked about earlier, this area is within the district that's currently in the process of being reviewed to be rezoned. It would be rezoned to community commercial mixed use. The potential rezoning provides allow combining lots with nearby properties which are eligible for renovation for sure and possibly redevelopment. So we were thinking, maybe that after the rezoning process, the public hearing is next week, and the plan is to go to planning and zoning and back to the commission before the year end. The majority of the Central City CRA did not believe that these two lots would be of ideal use for a pocket park, even if they were not rezoned. The lots have very limited access, very limited visibility. It's 2 blocks from a road closure at Northeast 11th Street, and then Northeast 12th Street is also unpaved. So the accessibility and visibility of this site is very low. We just would like to recommend that the city continue to hold it until the proposed rezoning has been completed and help us better understand the potential for redevelopment of the 2 lots. Thank you.
And I think that makes sense, Ray. But Ray, have you had any conversations with Troy, the president of Middle River Terrace, who actually came to us to ask us to defer? This was up as a commission agenda item to sell, and we have deferred. Actually, we've done what you've wanted us to do in your recommendation, your communication. We've done that exactly with the understanding that Troy was going to be working with city staff. But have you had any conversations with Troy?
We have not. The first time that the Central City CRA was aware that members of Middle River Terrace might want it not to be redeveloped was when Audrey mentioned that the neighborhood association was encouraging it to be a pocket park. And the Central City CRA board did not encourage that, and we thought that it should stay on the tax rolls and be redeveloped.
Okay, I would just maybe suggest you have a conversation with Troy. And
Okay,
you guys
I haven't
figure it
met him,
out.
but I will.
Yeah, that'll be great. I appreciate it. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you.
So Commissioner, why don't you try to shepherd this
Yes.
issue and
Okay.
get back with us? And in the meantime, I guess you're asking us to put things on hold and not do anything with these lots until the rezoning process has been concluded.
Correct. And I think actually we already have put it on hold, to be
Yeah,
honest with you.
okay.
So yeah, I think it's great. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The last communication is, I think it's just a thank you. I don't think there's anything else that they've asked us to do. They're just commending the planning staff and Parks Department for all the work done so far on rezoning properties to parks. Thank you, staff. Okay, let's move on with the regular business. Business 1, medical plan opt-out compensation analysis. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, a request came from one of the members of the City Commission to do an analysis on what would be advisable for a medical plan opt-out. And as such, staff has reviewed and performed analysis, and they have also consulted with subject matter experts, and we have our acting HR director to provide more information about their findings.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. Jerome Post, Acting Director of Human Resources. As our city manager said, we were asked to provide an analysis as to providing an opt-out benefit for employees who choose not to enroll in the city's health plan. Employers do this for a couple reasons. First, to compensate employees who are not receiving the benefit of the employer's contribution to the health plan. As you know, there's an employer contribution and employee contribution. The second reason is to recognize that the employee itself, if they're not in the healthcare plan, they're not contributing to the cost of the healthcare plan through the utilization of services. The employers will generally ask for some sort of verification from the employees that they have insurance coverage elsewhere in order to participate in this benefit. I have with me today Guy Hine, our risk manager, who can explain a little bit of the impact internally to the healthcare plan for providing such a benefit. We also have with us today Christian Bergstrom from Gehring Group. Gehring, as a reminder, recently took the contract or was awarded the contract for consulting services for our insurance plan. Gehring Group is pretty widely known in the South Florida region, in particular, based out of Palm Beach Gardens. So with that, I will have Guy Hine take over for the time being, and you can ask any questions as we go along. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Guy Hine, Risk Management. If it's okay with you, the memo that I think you have in front of you, I'll just kind of run through that and give you a little bit of context about that. If you have any questions, of course, stop me at any time. With any kind of opt-out program, as you already know, Jerome mentioned, there's some kind of figure that's given to employees. Gehring Group, our consultant, did a survey earlier this year, January of this year, and in that survey, they found 20 out of the 20 public entities surveyed, they found 6 that do this program, do an opt-out type of program. From those 6, what we did was we selected $2,600 because that was a median of those 6 programs. The next number that I want you to be aware of is the $1,176. That's a number that we're projecting. It might be a little bit more, a little bit less, projecting for next year because if a program like this started, more than likely it would start in 2023. That $1,176, if you multiply that by 12, comes out to about $14,000 a year. That's the savings that the city would have if they decided not to compensate for those individuals. But of course, you'd have the $2,600 that would offset that, giving a net savings to the city of about $11,500. That is per employee. The next figure that I have for you is 100 even. This is a number that is an estimated number. We don't know how many people will opt out of the plan. We really have no idea, but it's a number that we feel is a reasonable estimation. So if you take that 100 times the savings of $11,500, it comes out to about $1.15 million. Now, that's only part of the equation, though, because currently we have about 279 employees that are not on the plan. The first number of the 100 is the ones that would opt out of the plan. Currently, and that number varies really from day to day, 279 employees that are not on the plan. So those employees being compensated, that number comes out to $725,000 approximately. So that comes off that savings of $1.15 million. So the net savings to the city is about $426,000 with a program with these numbers that I just gave to you. The next page of the memo, it gets a little bit more abstract from here. And the analogy that I want to give you is auto insurance because it's pretty easy. Everybody knows auto insurance, you have a large group of people that put money into a pool to pay for those that have accidents that are a relative few. Health insurance is really no different. You have hopefully you have a large amount of employees that are healthy, that are putting in contribution to pay for those few, relatively few, that are unhealthy. In our city right now, and this comes from Cigna, our administrator, 20% of our members drive 84% of our costs. So you can see that it's the healthier people that we have that help offset those costs for those 20%. So getting to the point here of the second page, those 100 people generate about $1.4 million in revenue to the plan. If those people left the plan, that revenue would also leave the plan. On top of that, you have those 100 employees that give their portion to premiums to the plan, which varies anywhere from about $111,000 to $772,000. I felt I was being very conservative in the $1.5 million figure in lost revenue that would come off the plan. Now, the area that I will tell you that I'm not an expert in, and Christian is the expert in because he deals with dozens of plans, I only deal with our plan, is that when you have those people leave the plan, almost assuredly they're going to be healthy people that leave the plan. So in other words, what I'm saying to you is claims are not going to go with them. I'm not going to tell you that there are no claims that are going to go with them. There are going to be some claims, but they won't be enough claims to offset that $1.5 million in lost revenue. So you have a loss to the plan. You heard we had a savings, $426,000 to the city, the contributions from the city, but to the plan, and again, it's an estimate, but we may have about $1 million, we figure about $500,000 in claims. That's an estimate, but about $500,000 in claims, leaving a loss to the plan of about $1 million. That can be made up in only about really 3 ways. Increased premiums to employees, which we have been trying to, for a number of years, keep the premiums down, keep them from going up too drastically. Dilution of the plan, dilution meaning that instead of a copay of $25 to the doctor, it's now $40. Those are things we want to stay away from as well. We've been working on to get those better for the last number of years. Or you could take money out of the fund balance, which is really not the best idea. So that's really the presentation for you.
So essentially, you're saying overall, to allow this opt-out plan to go forward, the city would end up losing $1 million a year.
Correct. The plan would lose $1 million.
Mayor, I'm not
Yes.
sure I necessarily agree with that analysis,
Oh,
actually.
you don't agree with the analysis?
No, I don't. But
Do you have your own
well,
analysis?
well, here's my analysis. First of all, it's a very hypothetical. The entire approach to me is very hypothetical because I would find it difficult to believe that you're going to say to a city employee, okay, if you don't take health benefits, we're going to give you $2,600 a year. And they're all going to 100 people are going to say, oh yeah, that sounds great. We're going to opt out. I just don't believe that's going to happen. I just don't. That's not enough of a.
Well, you're knowing, this is interesting.
Okay, so I'm
An actuarial analysis, and you're.
Yes, I am.
You're
Yes, I am.
consulting a medium.
I've spoken to some people in other cities, and actually I want to start by saying, for me, this is an issue of fairness and equity in terms of city employees. Fort Lauderdale is the largest city in Broward County. We should be the leader in both what we offer in terms of benefits and plans, but also to make sure that every city employee is treated equally and receives benefits. So if what I'm hearing today is that we are providing to every city employee who has health insurance through the city, that we're providing $14,112 per employee per year. $14,112 per employee per year. And people that are not using the city's health benefits are getting zero. Well, there's a big gap there. I have always worked in governments where if you did not take the benefits, you were compensated. So that's what my next question is going to be about. So first of all, what's the difference between the city's health plan and, let's say, I'm just talking about the way this plan is structured, the city and Broward County, for instance. What do they do same? What do they do differently? What's the structure all about with regards to health benefits?
They have a similar plan design. I will tell you that the amount that their employees are paying is less than ours in a comparable plan. And that gets into a whole history of the city of Fort Lauderdale's, which I don't know that you want to get into now. But it has to do with adverse selection, which we had a problem with a number of years ago. So we're still trying to work our way back on that.
And I know that the county obviously has a lot more employees in the city. The county has over 5,000 enrolled in the plan.
Right.
They have maybe 700 that have waived out of the plan. And each of those people that are out of the plan get $2,600 a year, right?
Yes.
For not participating in the plan. Now, I understand that their numbers are much higher in terms of people and who's participating, but let's go to the city level in Broward County. So we're the largest city. How do we stack up in terms of health benefits for our employees versus health benefits in other cities in Broward County? How do we stack up out of the 31 or 32 cities?
So about 2015, 16, the same company, Garing Group, did a study then. And I have that information. We actually have a physical copy of the plan. I don't have it in front of me now, but I could get it to you. And the city at that time compared very unfavorably. We were at the bottom. We were not, if you take many things, the contribution from the city, the co-pays, the co-insurance, maximum out-of-pocket, all kinds of things that you're talking about, we compared very unfavorably at the bottom, really at the bottom. The amount of contribution from the city on average compared to those other about 20 cities, we were third from the bottom. As of earlier this year, they did another study, 2022, January 2022. We are better. I don't have the details in front of me, but we are better.
Like
Again, I
what,
could share that.
middle of all of the
A
cities?
little more
or-
towards the middle, correct.
Middle.
Yes.
Okay, so Mayor, again, we're we're largest city in the county. I don't know why we would even be in the middle. I mean, to me, we should be at least, if we're not on the top, I think that we should be at least in the top third in what we offer in terms of health benefits. So you've already said that the county does $2,600 a year per employee, while obviously we give $14,000 per year for people that do take the health plan. What other cities have an opt-out compensation plan for employees that do not participate in the health plans for whatever reason? Spouse might have it, whatever. Maybe they have their own, whatever. Like me. And by the way, Mayor, full disclosure, I don't have health benefits from the city. But obviously, this could not apply to this commission because we can't increase our benefits. If we did this for city employees, we could not do this for the city commission because that would be changing benefit structure. But I do not participate, so I just wanted to make that a full disclosure. What other cities offer opt-out for their employees?
City of Miramar, Broward County.
Hold on a second. And how much does Miramar, the city of Miramar, give its employees if they opt out of health benefits?
$5,610.
$5,610 a year.
Right.
Do we know how many employees Miramar has?
1,200.
1,200? Are they close to our 71% participation rate in terms of
That
health
I don't
plan?
know offhand.
We don't know. But Miramar offers $5,610 a year to employees that do not take health insurance. Who else offers?
Town of Davie,
Davie,
I think
How
that's
much?
1,200 a year. 1,200.
1,200, okay. Who else?
Broward County is another one, 2,600. What else?
Broward County, we know already, because we talked about that. That's 2,600. What other
But
municipalities?
it doesn't really matter how much these cities give. The point is, in looking at this prospect holistically, our staff has come to the conclusion that if we should participate in paying people to come off the plan, we would end up losing close to $1 million a year. So you're just looking at one factor. You're just making it look like, well, we're saving $11,000 by not paying the premium every month, but
Well, we're saving
but-
$14,000 a
Well,
year
$14,000.
per employee.
right, we're saving $14,000 by not paying 14, but we'll give a fraction of that, maybe 2,600, so that in the end, that nets a savings to the city of about, $12,000 per employee.
Right.
There are other factors that need to be considered, which are part of this analysis, which need to be considered, and in the end.
Such as what? Such as what?
Well, as staff it's in the memo. And in the end, we would find ourselves losing as much as $1 million.
I don't agree that would happen. I don't think, do we know, okay, and just have some patience here, Mayor. What other cities give compensation besides Miramar and Davie?
Deerfield Beach,
Deerfield Beach, how much?
1,600.
1,600, okay.
Coconut Creek, 4,000.
Coconut Creek gives 4,000. Who else? That's 4 cities.
Wilton Manors,
Wilton Manors, how much?
1,200.
1,200? Any other cities in Broward County?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. Do we know for a fact that when they started offering, or do we not know when they started offering an opt-out benefit, that they lost all these people because the benefit convinced people to opt out of the health benefits? Do we know those numbers?
No, I don't know that. But again, that's where I'm not an expert at.
Right. Does anyone know
We don't
that?
know. No, we don't know.
So then how did we come to the conclusion that we will lose 100 people if we don't know what the history is of all these other places?
That's what I was saying earlier, is it's an estimation. I agree with that. It's an
Based
estimation.
on-
We don't know.
Based on what?
Based on the fact that we have so many people on our plan, 1,700 plus, we have 279 already off the plan. In other words, not that many. I can tell you, I have numbers for you if you'd like it, of 50 people, if 50 people opted off the plan. That comes out to initial loss to the city of 150,000 and more like 500,000 in loss to the plan. Instead of that million, it'd be 500,000.
See, Mayor, and that's why this is all just fuzzy math to me, because we don't know. Health insurance is very expensive, very expensive. So whoever's a city employee, if they know that the city is giving them $14,000 a year towards their health insurance, and they might be contributing $150 a month, or maybe for family coverage up to $600 a month on their own, I can't see how all of a sudden 100 people out there are going to say, "Oh wow, I could get $2,600 a year. I'm dropping that health insurance." It doesn't make any sense, Mayor. Who's doing that, and why would they do that? It does not make sense to me, knowing the cost of health insurance. Anyway, I appreciate all of the work. I do, don't get me wrong. Again, Mayor, for me, this is a matter of fairness and equity. We should be leading in this respect. If Miramar can offer an employee $5,610 if they're not using their health insurance, there must be a good reason that they're doing that. They must have seen the savings. I mean, that's twice as much as we're talking about. We're only talking about $2,600 a year. That's what Broward County, and as the gentleman told us, this is a median of what all the other cities are doing. So again, for me, it's fairness and equity. What benefits we offer to one city employee, we should be offering to all city employees. That's all. I don't understand how we can say that it makes sense not to offer an opt-out, because people that are not taking all of that money, I mean, $14,112 a year that we're contributing to every employee.
Well, but again, you're just looking at it from one angle. You know, it's like a developer coming into us and saying, "Oh, we're able to build up to 50 stories in this zoning classification, so we should be allowed to build that building, even though they only have a 5-foot setback." You know, you have to look at all aspects of
Give me another aspect. Give me another one.
You have to look at all aspects of a problem before you can make a conclusion. And our staff members, and I don't want to micromanage the management of our city, but our staff members have come back to us and said that the net result is more likely to be a cost to the city rather than a savings. It's very clear in their memo.
I understand, but upon further questioning, now I'm being told that maybe it'll only be 50 people. So maybe it'll
So
be...
there's $500,000 in loss.
Right, $500,000 loss. But, you know, for me, in terms of fairness and equity for all of the employees, $500,000, we just gave an art museum $500,000.
No, that's a false comparison, because we're not giving anything to the employee. The employee is already insured. We're not taking their insurance from them. The fact that they have the opportunity to have insurance through the city is a redundancy. They're already getting insurance, like yourself, through another source. So you're saying that you're saving the money you're saving the city money by saying you're going to opt out, and you're only willing to ask for $2,300 or $2,600 or $5,000, and you think you're giving the city a bargain here. It's not correct.
Well, I think it is correct. No, actually, I believe that you are saving the city a good chunk of change. But you have to understand that people that are not participating in this benefit, they're not participating for a variety of reasons, but they are, trust me, paying towards their health insurance, either a spousal benefit or domestic partnership benefit or but they're still paying. They're paying. They just have chosen to take their health insurance through a different route because of what that
Yeah, but no
benefit
one's
is.
asked them to do that.
No, I understand.
Every single employee in the city of Fort Lauderdale can be part of our health program. No one has asked them to opt out. No one has asked them to go to another insurer. No one, so there's nothing about unfairness or lack of equity or equality. Everyone is offered the same chance to be insured through the city's policy.
But we just heard that we used to be in the bottom of what we offered for benefits countywide. Now we're hearing that we're only in the middle. So if you do have an opportunity through a spouse or whatever other reason to have health insurance, maybe better health insurance than we're offering as a city, maybe a better price, maybe a better plan, then you have to say, God bless you. You should definitely do that. You'd be crazy not to, but we understand you're not participating. And just
Let me
because
pay
we're
you money to do it?
and yes, and just because we understand that you're not using our plan, we're going to give you $2,600 a year, which is still half of what Miramar gives to its employees. Anyway, for me, it's a matter of fairness and equity. I'm not going to nickel and dime this, but for me, it's just something that we should be doing and taking a leadership role in that. I'm not going to beat the horse to death, but that's all.
I just have a question for Guy. I think I just have a question, kind of a high-level question. So is the plan run and operated by the city? In other words, we don't have a private insurer running the plan?
Correct. We're self-funded, and we do have an administrator handling the claims aspect. But
Gotcha.
the city runs the plan, and it is self-funded, yes.
Gotcha. So it's self-funded, what's the right term? Self-managed?
You could say self-managed, right?
Self-managed.
Administration with claims is done by an outside company.
Gotcha. So
So we pay Cigna to manage the
Correct.
Why do we do that?
To manage
Well, so that's-
because we're self-insured.
these are part of my questions, yeah.
Why?
So
We don't have the expertise to handle those claims. It gets kind of intricate.
Excuse me?
We don't have the expertise to handle the claims.
No, why are
So
we self-insured?
right. So do others? Go ahead.
We've gone out into market to find out the comparison between being self-insured and being fully insured, and we found that we would end up paying more.
So in other words, if we had a private insurance company manage and run our insurance, health insurance, it would cost more than being self-insured.
Correct.
We're doing it.
Yes,
Okay.
and the profit and overhead is mainly what it would be.
Say it again?
The difference, the profit and overhead that they're going to charge?
Yep.
That's where the difference.
And
would be.
and you factor in that analysis, all of the personnel and salaries,
Correct.
everything, and
Yes.
still we come out ahead doing
Right.
it this way. So in other words, and just so I'm tracking, in other words, if you said, hey, if we had a private insurer insuring us, and you said, hey, there'd be $1 million net loss to the plan, oh, well, that doesn't matter because it's not a loss to us. But because we're self-insured, it's basically a net loss to our owned fund.
Correct.
Okay, which helps me understand the difference and why that million matters. Now, Commissioner Glassman, if I'm hearing you right, you're saying, hey, it probably wouldn't be 100 people, it'd be less, so the loss would be less. Is that what you're saying? We'd have fewer people opting out, so it won't be that much. Is that your thinking?
I don't see enough evidence or even a theory that really gives me a comfort level as to why we would think that for $2,600 a year, someone's going to give up whatever insurance they have and opt out. I don't see that evidence.
Yeah, you think it'd be less than that. Okay. And you're saying, if I'm tracking you right, you're saying, hey, it'd probably be less than that, but it's important to offer that option to folks.
I think it keeps us
equity.
competitive. I think it puts us in a position where we are able to attract the people that we want to attract. I think that it's an investment. I think there's a reason that these other municipalities are doing it and the county is doing it, and they've been doing it for a while.
Yeah.
Again, for me, it's just a matter of fairness and equity.
Yeah.
That's all.
Is the county self-insured?
They are.
They are self-insured. Are these other municipalities, do we know, self-insured or?
They vary.
They vary. Some are.
Miramar is fully insured.
Miramar's fully insured, Deerfield.
A lot of times, the smaller cities are fully insured, the larger ones, because they can, the administration are.
Yeah,
are
I mean, I'm guessing all of these municipalities are probably fully insured. They're not self-insured. Or no?
Some of them are,
Some of them are self-insured.
right.
Yeah, so it varies. Okay, some.
It does.
Okay. All right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Scott Bain is asked to speak. Thank you, gentlemen.
Scott Bain, I represent the Fort Lauderdale firefighters. On this conversation, it's a great conversation you guys are having on this. Although I do agree with Guy Hines that you are going to have adverse selection in this, where people will choose not to go on the healthier, which actually increase your costs. I do sit on the health committee as well and look over this quite a bit. This also is subject to bargaining. It's not something that the amounts that you're talking about here, everything would be subject to collective bargaining. You're in contract negotiations right now with 6 different unions. That's the place to address this, not here today.
Okay, thank you.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
Who knows?
I'd like to know more, though, why. We can have that conversation offline, but it's interesting. Okay.
So you, and I won't be in the room, even if I stayed here another 8 years, but my curiosity is more the pulse of the staff person, the people that I know work here in the city. The way that the commissioners explain it to me, it's a money grab. I mean, I would want that option, me. If I just not knowing what's going on, give me that, and I go with spouse, and we got 2,000 or 14 G's, to go do whatever it is we choose to do. But I don't know if it's that. What's the deal here?
It's not that simple. Some will do that, and the people that remain in the plan, the cost will be driven up. Through negotiations, it's done each year. There's it's done by the Galler Group study, and what the increase is by the CPI for healthcare. So the CPI goes up with it. But if you have more people that are leaving that are healthy, and you have other people that are now causing the plan to cost more based on your claims history, that's how it all runs. When claims history starts going up, now the cost of the plan is more expensive. With that happening, even if you have 15 people leave, it's going to affect your claims history that goes with that. So as that goes on, the cost of the people here, you'll already have a fixed amount that comes in from the city. Every year we look at the cost from the healthcare fund to see what we need to set the rates at for the city employees and for each group within the city employees. How we change these. We've done a lot of work over the last probably 7 years to try to affect this plan. And we came to the commission at one point saying, we need more money in this plan. That was because we were having issues in the plan. We've gotten to where it's been, and we wanted to reach the safe harbor amount. Safe harbor amount was $4 million was the amount we had to hit. We were at 2.2 or somewhere in that range at that point. We were able to get that safe harbor. If we're starting to put money outside of the fund now for plan people that are not within the plan, that have an option to be in the plan, it's going to drive the cost up. The one question I'll have is this money going to come from the plan, or is the city going to pay it outside? If it's coming from the plan, it's going to drive our cost in that sense of it as well. So this is a subject of bargaining.
But if it came from the city, how would you feel?
Yes, it's still going to drive. I still would be opposed to it because it's still going to drive the cost up.
But this is what we need to hear. I mean, I don't have the nuts and bolts in that particular discussion. However, we've talked about previous steps we were taking to get to where we are today in the last 8 years I've been here. And I just wanted to hear it, what's what. Because if you listen to the presentation, you may think, hey, I can get a shot at this little $2,600 boost. That means a lot, especially in today's times. People are struggling.
Absolutely.
So I wanted to hear it from someone who deals with numbers, and if anybody else would like to come and help me understand.
So Scott, I just have a question for you. So in terms of the firefighters, your health plan, how does it stack up versus Management Federation, Teamsters, temporary special employees, retirees, and COBRA participants? How do you guys stack up firefighters?
We're in the same fund.
Huh?
We are in the same fund.
Same fund, same
fund.
plan,
There's
same
one minor
contribution.
difference to ours for, depending on which, if it's battalion chiefs or if it's the rank and file. The only difference is that there is $39. There's the contribution that all the different city employees get. That $39 goes from our, let's say it's $1,000. I'll use that number for the 1,000. It goes 39 of that 1,000 will go towards our dental, and the remaining balance goes towards our healthcare. So our actual premiums are slightly higher on the firefighters than it is for most of your other city employees.
But you have the dental.
We have that dental, but they have a different, some of the other plan, groups have different, whether their dental's covered fully or whether they get 50%, there's different structures of how that's done for dental for other employees. Ours, $39 of that healthcare money goes towards the.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, where are we going with this?
So, Mr. Mayor, there was an analysis. We shared the recommendation from staff. The figure that was used was a figure similar to the county. In no way, shape, or form are we saying that that's the value that we would give. Of course, just like Mr. Bain said, that would be something that would need to be negotiated.
All right, I mean, I have to rely on staff. I have to rely on their analysis and their expertise. I have absolutely no expertise in trying to analyze premiums and savings and so forth. So, you know, I understand the narrative that brought this to our attention, but in the final analysis, it will end up costing the city more money, is the way I see it. So unless, Commissioner Glassman, you have other facts, I mean, I would hope that we could share the same set of facts and come to the same conclusion, but you seem to have other facts that seem to contradict the facts of our staff. So
Well-
I'd like to see those so that I can make a more informed decision. Do you have any facts today to contradict the
Well,
staff's?
I don't think we've actually been presented with facts. We've been presented with a guesstimate or an opinion, but I don't think they're facts. But I wanted to ask a question of Greg also. So we have collective bargaining. We have the benefits that are offered. Let's say, again, just to use that figure of we offer $14,112 a year per employee for health benefits. Why is it a collective bargaining issue if the city decides that we're just giving an opt-out to people that are not going to receive those benefits? I understand you bargain benefits, but why do you bargain no benefits?
We would bargain the opt-out value, the value that they would receive. As you can see, different cities have different values. Miramar 5,000. We use the same one as the county, and that's the value that we would be bargaining for.
Oh, but you're making the assumption that we would be moving forward and actually having an opt-out benefit. I'm just saying.
If that would be the case.
Right. See, what I'm saying, Mayor, is I don't understand why this would be a collective bargaining issue to have an opt-out benefit. I just think that's the city.
I think what Scott was trying to explain to us was that if you have an opt-out provision, it's going to drain the fund of that much money, and it might raise the premiums for everybody else because we're not making an equal contribution with every employee. So when you start allowing people to opt out, you're siphoning off the city's contribution into the fund, and therefore it may drive premiums up. That's why it's a collective bargaining.
How would you be siphoning off if a person is not taking health benefits and the city is not paying $14,000 a year for you?
Right. So the
How are you
city's still paying. The city's still paying it.
The $14,000?
They're still paying it. Yeah.
The $14,000 for every person that doesn't even take benefits?
It's still, Commissioner, it's still a benefit. You're giving somebody cash. So you're giving the union members cash, where before you would not be doing that. And that's going to affect their plan, and as the mayor indicated, the value or the rates that they're going to be paying. So that's why it's bargaining.
But I just want to get clarity on what the mayor just said, because I want to understand that. He said the city is still paying that $14,000 per person, even if they're not taking the health benefits. Is that true?
No, not entirely.
It's not true.
There's two units within the FOP that have their own insurance plan, and the city contributes the same amount of money to that plan per allocated position in the budget. All the rest of the units and the non-union employees, the city pays based on the people who are actually in the plan.
Did you hear that?
But if they're a position in the budget, you're paying the plan,
For the FOP.
Only the
Only
FOP.
For the FOP units.
okay? And not the
The
fire.
others, we only pay for those who are actually in the plan.
Okay,
Exactly.
so every plan is different then.
Right.
So FOP,
Well-
we are paying into the plan regardless of whether they take insurance.
The FOP is separated out because they're not actually in the city's plan. They have their own plan.
But all the other units, the ones that I all just read before, like 5 or 6 other units, we are not paying 14,000 per employee only if they are accepting the benefits.
Correct.
Thank you. That's my point. And my point is that those people should be getting an opt-out benefit like Broward County and those other 6 cities offer in Broward County. That's my point. You can all disagree with me, that's fine. But I would move this forward to an actual evening vote as an item, because then you would be able to then negotiate that amount of the opt-out, correct? That would be bargaining. Would that be bargaining?
That would be
We
bargaining.
would have to, you can give us direction to go there, but we'd have to have agreement with the unions before we actually would do that to the plan. So that would all have to be negotiated before it comes to you.
What would have to be negotiated?
The benefit,
The
The
benefit-
amount
The
of the
very
benefit
terms
or
of the
just the fact
benefit.
that there is a benefit?
the fact that there is a benefit. If we're going to now give employees an opt-out benefit, we have to negotiate that with the union because, as we've heard, the union's going to say, nope, and potentially say that. So until we can get comfortable with the unions, where they're comfortable with that, then it's not, we can't impose that upon the unions. And if you allow it for other employees, non-union employees, then you get into an even bigger issue.
Okay. Scott, how many firefighter union members are there?
Through the two units that we represent, battalion chiefs and rank and file, we represent just over 400 400 firefighters.
400?
400.
How many of those 400 do not have health benefits from the city?
I'm not sure. I would say there's probably about 300 and some that do have health insurance through the city. I'm guessing though.
Okay.
Complete guess.
So you let me know, and then you let me know if those 80 or so people would not want to have $2,600 a year for not being part of the benefits.
I'm not going to say whether they'd like $2,600 or they want $10,000 or they want $20,000.
Okay.
It's a subject to collective bargaining. It can be done at the table, and that's where we'll do it.
Perfect. I'm good.
Well,
I just
but
want to get
Commissioner,
the,
everyone would want $2,600 or $5,000, but how much is that?
I want
gonna
14.
cost? Yeah, how
I
much
hear
would
ya.
that cost the city in the end? Who cares
I
what
want 14.
this is
I,
not-
We're the largest city. I want 14.
This doesn't need to go off in a whole nother tangent. Again, I just think it's a matter of fairness and equity and the city taking a leadership position in the county.
I'll drop my insurance today.
That's all.
All right.
and
Well,
I-
I don't know if there's a consensus to
Take the
move this
14.
forward.
It's okay.
Your consensus is I'm not in favor of moving it forward.
I would love for us to know more facts, though. I would really love to know how Miramar, Davie, Deerfield Beach, Coconut Creek, Wilton Manors, I would love to know once they offered the opt-out benefit, how many people jumped on that bandwagon and said, yeah, I'm going to jump off of your insurance plan for whatever the money was that they were being offered as an opt-out benefit. And I would love to know what the bottom line was. How much of a hit did those places take, the county plus the cities, once that opt-out benefit was put into place? Because I would say that it was probably negligible. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. That's all.
I mean, I'm happy to see more of the analysis, but here's the other side of the equation analysis. Those who opt out could receive a payment for opting out. Great, excellent. Part of the challenge or question analysis would be those who stay in, what then happens to their co-pays, their annual premium, and so forth? Because my guess is it would have to go up to some degree to compensate. I think, and again, love to see the analysis on this, but I think a lot of the folks who would opt out would probably be the healthier folks, which is my guess, which are the cheaper to insure and the cheaper should say require less resources, right? So because they require less resources, they're the ones that in some way help provide resources for those who are sicker or need more resources.
Why are they opting out, though? Why would they, all of a sudden, this new batch of opt-out people, what's motivating them to all of a sudden opt out?
Who's opting out?
The people that are, why are they giving up their municipal or county?
Well, let's ask you that question. Why did you opt
I
out?
don't know. I mean, they could have coverage
Did
with
you
their
opt
spouse.
out?
Opt out of this city? Well, because before I was elected, I was already enrolled in a Medicare plan, a supplement plan. I pay all myself.
Right.
I pay,
But
but
you've opted out. What was the incentive to?
well, I opted out. Well, the incentive was that it would not have made any sense for someone on Medicare for a few years and with a supplement to give that up, because once I was out of elected office, I would have to re-enter that program at a much higher rate. Didn't make sense. It just,
Okay, so everyone has their
waited out.
reasons. Everyone has their reasons to
Right,
opt
but what I'm saying is, no, but here's the deal. This is assuming now that all of a sudden that people are already in our plan are going to opt out. I was never in the plan. I didn't opt out of the plan. I never had the plan. So that's
Okay.
why I'm saying that's a false assumption to think that 100 people or even 50 people are in our plan now, and all of a sudden for $2,600 a year, they're going to say, "Oh, I'm giving up that
okay.
plan."
So you're just saying people may not opt out, but they just won't enroll in the plan if they can get money for not being in the plan. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that this assumption in the CAM is that people that are on
$100.
our plan
Right.
now.
Right, but you're
are
saying
gonna
it's not.
drop
They're
out.
not going to opt out. is
No,
what
I
you're
don't
saying.
think they are going to opt out.
Right, that's what I'm saying. You're saying they're not going to opt out. So, but again, see if I'm tracking you right. But you are saying that certain people just won't enroll in the plan.
Maybe new employees that have
Right.
never been in our plan.
Right.
That
Will
already
choose
maybe
not to.
have benefits.
Yeah.
Maybe they have. I mean, very few people
Right.
now are going without health insurance at all.
So
got a huge
fair
agenda.
enough. And so then my question would be, and this can be part of the analysis, is if a certain number of new employees do not enter into the plan because they have other coverage or they're healthy or whatever the case may be, what cost does that then have in reduced revenues to the plan? And how does that impact the premiums of those still in the plan?
It'd be great to know that.
And, yeah,
yes.
and I don't know the answer to that, but that could be part of the analysis.
That'd be great to. I think we need real analysis that really looks at all of this, and there has got to be data now from all of those other municipalities that we can put this together in a factual way, as the mayor says. What are the facts? It can't be just all hypothetical and guesstimates.
So Mayor and,
Well, I'd like to see him get what it is he's asking for, but I also would like to know, Alan, we have to give you direction to even have that conversation, am I correct?
In order, yeah.
So do we give him directions, Steve, and then come back? I mean, how do you want to move forward with it?
I don't know. It's not my measure. That Commissioner
To me, it
Glassman,
sounds
how
like
do you
we
want to
have
move
to go
forward? Commissioner
bargain at the
Glassman-
table, come back and discuss.
Well, Commissioner Glassman has asked that we move this forward by analyzing the back end of this to verify the cost aspect of it, to support the position that staff has taken, that it would end up costing the city X amount of dollars. And he seems to think that that's based more on conjecture than on actual analysis. And so if that's where you want the commission, or the staff to go, then if there's a consensus to do that, then.
You just want the cost?
No, I want what Vice Mayor Sorensen asked for in terms of that kind of specificity, and everything we've just talked about, all those issues
So
together.
Alan, again, can we have that conversation before they negotiate? Give us some direction.
You can have the conversation, but
We
again,
just had it, and we still can't go anywhere because we haven't negotiated.
right, and I don't have enough details to be able to take this to any table.
So Alan or Greg, do we know that these 5 or 6 cities plus the county, did they have to take this to all of their bargaining units before they did an opt-out benefit?
We would need to research that And that's if that's the direction to do further research on these cities.
Yeah.
You're very specific. I think we can cover that, and we can bring back a comprehensive report
Yeah,
to
that's all.
allow you to see those facts, the experience,
Right.
and how they're able to achieve that
You know what?
for further evaluation.
We haven't had this benefit for 100 and so many years, so we can wait another year or two, I think. We'll be fine.
Okay, thank you.
Got it.
Thanks.
Okay, you're welcome. Okay, moving on to business two. This has to do with the New River Crossing and the Broward Commuter Rail. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, Mayor and members of the commission, as we've communicated with you on June 16th, the County Commission met to discuss the Broward Commuter Rail as a project for the region in a public workshop. County commissioners support a commuter rail extension that would extend the commuter rail from Miami-Dade County to Broward County. However, they recognize that there is no consensus yet on how it would best be to cross the New River. And so they do recognize the importance, the County Commission, of moving forward now with a project that would service the southern area of the county and again would extend from Aventura to a north terminus near Southwest 15th Street, which is near the hospital. The proposal right now that the county is looking at is a proposal that would provide commuter rail stations at Hollywood, Fort Lauderdale International Airport, and again, ending near Broward Health. So there is a window of opportunity right now to look at funding that has been furnished by the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act and an opportunity to define a local preferred alternative, which is an LPA. The LPA is needed in order to submit an application for grant funding for the FTA, or the Federal Transportation Administration. And so the County Commission at that meeting in June directed the county administrator to work with staff to further analyze costs and benefits to determine which option is best to cross the New River, whether it's a tunnel or a bridge. And we have met with county staff and resolved to further analyze and develop a scope to have a consultant help us into reaching a consensus as to what would be the best way to cross the river. And right now, we have a rough order of magnitude analysis that we have in hand. We're looking at further defining it and looking at those assumptions and determining a more definitive cost for what would be the best way to cross the New River. And so, as we are looking at these methods or means to cross the New River, we want to also consider what are the capital costs, the operational costs, and the ridership that a commuter train would offer the city of Fort Lauderdale and Broward County. And so right now we are jointly procuring or working on procuring a consultant that could help us understand that further. Now, something that's going to happen in the very near future on August 25th, the County Commission is considering right now just defining the local preferred alternative as the section that we just discussed, which is from Aventura to near the hospital area on Southwest 15th Street. And they would like to submit a joint application with Miami-Dade County to the FTA that extends that commuter trail just as discussed. And again, if further analysis reveals that the tunnel is the best option, and we will continue working on that, then the county is open, or at least the submission of the application to the FTA, there's availability to amend to that application so that we can consider how the crossing will take place over the New River. So right now, with that being said, the county is seeking a letter of support from the City Commission. Prior to this meeting, we forwarded to you some information that we just received today. And so your feedback is essential today to understand how we further define the crossing of the New River, how we further define the LPA, and how we're going to be working together with the county. So I leave this right now for open discussion for you, Mr. Mayor, and would like to hear your your feedback.
So if I can just augment your comments. So I just received this 5 minutes before the meeting started, and I don't know if any of you've seen it or read it, but there's a lot in here. I haven't digested it yet. I don't know if we've had that opportunity yet. But notwithstanding that, I've been working a lot on this over the summer, and there's a lot of moving parts here. So I just want to explain what our experience has been this summer so that everybody can put this into context. So the county continues to push back against the tunnel concept. And they reveal to us that the reason why they're doing that is because in order to apply for federal funding, the ridership has to be sufficient to justify the cost. So if you throw in the tunnel, they claim that that's going to totally throw off the numbers, and it's not going to justify the entire commuter rail service because it's going to be too expensive. All right. Now, nowhere does it say that if they built a bridge that would be that would not have the same impact. They're just assuming that the tunnel would be more expensive, and therefore it wouldn't qualify the project for federal funding because of the ridership. So that kind of poses another question, like if there's insufficient ridership, why are we doing this to begin with? Why are we even talking about a commuter rail service if they don't even think there's going to be enough riders to even take it? Okay, number one. Number two, they're kicking the can down the road here by not addressing the bridge tunnel issue. So what they want is they want to start the commuter rail from Miami, because the original concept was Miami to Aventura. We piggybacked from that concept to bring it up to Broward and obviously up through West Palm Beach. So now they're asking us for a letter to take it from Miami to just south of the river. I pointed out to them that, I don't want the city of Fort Lauderdale to be boxed into a decision because now they've built the system up to our city, and now we're being forced into making a decision that we may not want to make, which means are we going to be forced to build a bridge now through the middle of our city because that's the next leg in trying to make this connection to the northern part of the plan. So I caution us as a commission to be careful about what we're being asked to do. And if we do supply a letter of support, there have to be very specific conditions that leave the door open to allow us to continue to advocate for the tunnel system that we've already been on record of supporting. Now, a couple of other things. The program that they are seeking funding from the federal government does base itself on ridership, but there are new programs, and people from Washington have come to visit with me and have explained to me that there are new programs under the new Biden infrastructure bill that don't rely on ridership, that we could fund this entire tunnel through federal programs that are not based on ridership. The county, for some reason, can't understand that, and they haven't been giving it enough attention. And so I thank our city manager for continuing to talk with the county administration to help them understand where we're coming from, because I think that they're having anxiety over something that they don't need to be anxious about. There are federal funding sources that will permit us to build this tunnel based on the values, the price that we have been shown, that would not put at risk any of the funds that the county is concerned about having to spend if they went forward with a tunnel project. So I wanted to add that to what the city manager said, because that has other dimensions to this conversation, and I think that we really need to not feel like we're being pressured to do something that we don't have to do. So, I cannot see a bridge being built through the middle of the city. It would completely destroy the neighborhoods, all Flagler Village, the historical area, and all points north. Plus, it would totally frustrate so much of what we're trying to accomplish here in our city through redevelopment. I just think that that not being able to focus on the tunnel is a big mistake, and yet the county continues to try to take our attention off of that project and have us participate with them in doing this in a piecemeal fashion. And again, I'm very concerned about what choices we'll be left with at the end of the day. So I just wanted to add that. Yes, Mrs.
Mayor,
Senator. Did you want
thanks,
to add
Mayor.
anything?
Go ahead, Greg, if you want.
Greg?
Okay.
All right, yes, Mr. Mayor, something that you said is very important, and I wanted to just be transparent that the stop at Southwest 15th Street still leaves the option open for the tunnel. And we do have an existing analysis of a tunnel. And the effort would be to look at this analysis that we have on hand and look at it further with a consultant to see how we can minimize those capital costs, and also looking at our development, looking at our forecasts, and see how we can provide factors that can increase the ridership as well. So those two at the same time can probably provide a better qualifier for the LPA so that we can seek that those grants and the federal funding as well.
Well, there's no doubt once we find a connection under the New River, that would facilitate ridership. People find it much more realistic to know that they can go from Miami to Palm Beach County rather than having to get off, near the hospital and then find another means of transportation to keep going further north. So I think that's been how Brightline has been stifled with their ridership when they were not able to go to Orlando. So, having a longer and a continuous line is what's going to increase ridership. But Greg, we have to have some measure of assurance that they're going to continue to participate in good faith in trying to put forward, the opportunity for us to get federal funding from for the tunnel project. Over the course of the summer, we had been visited multiple times by various contractors and engineering companies who have put the price of the tunnel well under $1 billion, in the $700 to $800 million range. People who build tunnels. Yet every time we send those folks over to the county, they push us back and say, "Oh, you're in dreamland." Well, somehow the people that build tunnels don't seem to know as much as the county, who has never built a tunnel in their life. So, it's very frustrating working in this environment. But I just caution the city before I put my pen to a letter that we're not committing to something that we're going to regret later.
So, Mayor, I think it all makes sense. I think writing a letter of support, I think we can do multiple things in this letter. So one, I think we can support the project analysis going from, Aventura to North Terminus near Broward Health Medical Center. So I think that's important to emphasize our support of that. I think
Has Broward Health even expressed an interest in having a station near them? How did Broward Health even come up?
That would be a safe point, again, to continue looking at those options.
Okay.
And also provides connectivity to 17th Street and, again, a
Convention
major
Center in Port
facility,
Everglades.
right? Yeah.
Because you're hitting 17th, yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, Vice Mayor.
No, but it's a good question, Mayor. So I think we can support that progression. Additionally, I think, to your point, Mayor, I think it's great for us to emphasize that City of Fort Lauderdale continues to engage in our own analysis and engaging with contractors. We continue to have unanimous support on the commission for the tunnel option, and look forward to the county's continued support of that option, and hope that will be the locally preferred alternative. And we also are fully supportive of the cost and benefits of determining the cost and analysis of the the tunnel or the bridge, which the county along with us are happy to be part of that process. So I think we can do three things. Affirm what their initial design is from Commuter to Broward Health. Two, reaffirm our unanimous desire for the tunnel and our continued work on the analysis and engagement on cost of the tunnel. And three, support the continued joint work together to vet and look forward to their support.
Okay, if you can somehow put that together in a letter, I think that's kind of expresses the opinion of this commission. Does anyone have any other comments they'd like to make? I mean,
I don't know if I have a comment, but I think in your presentation, you said just that we have an opportunity to amend based on what we desire from our perspective. So I was okay with it. My question has always been, who pays for the tunnel? Who pays for the bridge? I know we look at all these options that we see as we sit on the MPO and other things you've done, Mayor, and people say it's the Biden bill, it's this pot of money, that pot of money, but at the end of the day, who pays for these?
It's a good question.
A and B.
So the county is concerned that they're going to have to pay for part of it, keeping in mind that it doesn't come out of the county's general fund. When the county says they're afraid to have that they're going to have to pay, it's coming out of the sales tax, the 1 cent transportation tax. And by the way, 30% of that comes from Fort Lauderdale. So out of the billions of dollars that's being generated over the term of this bond, billions of that have been contributed by people who visit, who live, and are part of Fort Lauderdale. And why they're thinking it's their money versus our money, I mean, I just don't understand that mindset. Okay, having said, but just one thing.
Okay.
So, but with the new legislation at the federal level that's been passed, there are opportunities for this tunnel to be paid 100% from the federal government. We have been told that. And the reason why I'm a little upset why we're dragging our feet and kicking the can down the road is because we are now in a funding cycle. And if we just went ahead with the report, the analysis that the city manager alluded to, if we just use that as a basis with which to begin the conversation, we would be in this year's funding cycle, which ends in November. Okay, now we're going to be in next year's funding cycle. But guess what happens next year? 20 other cities are going to wake up and say, hey, there's money out there. Now we have to wait in line. Right now, there's not one application on any desk. They're just waiting for something. I've been talking it up in Washington. I've been talking with officials at the USDOT. They're saying, "Come on, give us your application." And my hands are tied. Our hands are tied because we are sitting playing games with another government who just feels skittish about moving forward. But they're very comfortable with working with Dade County, but they don't want to work with their own city.
Well, as I would do part two of my question, I'm not quite sure if you answered the question about the funding sources. I hear the same thing, that we can get these pots of money. So if we do not enter into this three-piece proposal that Vice Mayor presented, what happens to their project?
Well, one of the considerations for funding is that there's consensus.
So what happens to their project, their piece of the connector?
That's a very good question.
Because Miami-Dade has been connecting for years.
Right.
So they have something to connect to. Now, Brightline comes along.
Well, Commissioner, their project was going to go I want to answer your question. Their project was going to go originally from Miami to Aventura.
I get all that. I get the whole shebang to Orlando.
Okay.
But
Okay. No,
these type of scenarios keep rearing their heads until we get agreements from other cities and counties, to keep building this thing. But they've already started building down there.
Right.
So now they want to come here, and they understand, obviously, through the presentation, that we aren't where we need to be with our tunnel. So they said, we're going to stop right here at the north end to access one of the bigger healthcare systems.
Right.
So when they put this presentation out there to me, they're saying, okay, Fort Lauderdale, and I heard you weren't at the last MPO meeting, but I was there, and Being Fur gave a presentation. And it led me to believe that we're going to stop right here and wait to see what happens with the city. We're not going to impose our will on the city. This is what I heard at the MPO meeting. So my question is still, what happens if we don't enter into the agreement to that piece of the connector?
So for that, I want to ask Mr. Kevin Kelleher that knows more specifics on the application that's being submitted right now. He's the Assistant County Administrator. He's answering that question.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I'm Kevin Kelleher, Assistant County Administrator. In this regard here, the question, as I understand it, is what happens to the project here. What the board has gone forward is, since there's not a consensus to go over or under or how to cross a new river, that they would proceed with the southern phase to get some momentum going in the project. It gets some of the project going where we can build up some experience, and gives us some time to go out and find out the best way to cross a new river. At the same time, in the workshop, there was also direction for us to work with the city to see, if we can have another study or review done of the documents, so we can figure out what is the most cost-effective way to come across the new river, so that we'd be suitable for federal grant funding. Because that's the key to this, is getting federal grant funding. So to answer your question, Commissioner, I know I just wanted to get that out there. But to answer your question is, what we're here is, the board is going forward on the 25th with the southern phase.
That's what I thought.
And no, that's what it is for the LPA. What we're asking for is support from the city to go for the southern phase. The last terminus was specifically chosen not to interfere or not to predetermine any future crossing, so it could be tunnel or bridge. And so that's what we're looking for. If we don't get the support, we either don't go forward with the project or go forward with the project,
to that point.
To that point.
But Mr. Kelleher, won't it still go from Miami to, won't it still go from downtown Miami to Adventura?
Excuse me?
Won't the project was originally envisioned just to go from Miami to Aventura, correct? Isn't that correct?
Actually, the project for the commuter rail is to go up, I think it's 85 miles. I mean, it's the coastal link. This has been going on for 20 years.
I understand that, but that's not what I'm asking.
Okay, I'm sorry.
The original application that Miami-Dade was putting forth was just from downtown Miami to Aventura, and they've already started that. They've already begun that. Their applications for funding are already.
Their application's done. Our application is something totally, is a different application. It can be looked at as an extension to it, but we're looking for ours is a different application for this project.
Correct.
And then we're still committed to working, because they're still committed to working with the cities and the cities to the north to figure out how to cross a new river so we can continue on. We're going to negotiate on the 8th. We anticipate having another agenda item, resolution from the board that indicates its commitment to get across the new river as well as to go to the north. And we're going to be negotiating for the full track access fee for the whole county. For the county perspective, we're looking for the whole county. That's our intent. And we believe, working together with the city, that we can come up with it, and having this other consultant come in and look at it, that they would come up with what's the most cost-effective way to doing it, as well as, and Mayor, you brought up the best point of all, is that there's other funding out there. So part of this consultant, part of the role, and we said it just as recent as this morning, and I know, because that was my point that I really wanted on here, is it's all towards the eyes on getting funding. And federal, state, whatever funding we can get, but that is the key to a project of this size, is getting that funding. And there's multiple sources out there.
Great. So, Mayor, I think we should include that in the letter too. Is say, here, there's some fantastic funding alternatives, and here's just some of them, Greg, that the mayor is exploring. Great.
Correct. But Mr. Keller, I'm glad you're here today. I really appreciate your coming. So this additional study that you mentioned, okay, that's going to have a hefty price tag on it, and it's going to delay things for for the next funding cycle. And the county's expecting us to come up with half, which could be as much as $1 million. We don't. Where are you coming up with your half? Is it from your fund, your general fund, or are you taking it out of the transportation surtax money? Because if you're taking out a transportation surtax, that's where it should all come from. We don't have $1 million sitting around.
Yeah, and a couple of things there, and I don't want to presuppose anything. How long and how much it's going to cost really depends on the scope of it. I mean, if you do a full-blown study where somebody goes and redoes what was already done, yes, it will be a very hefty price tag and will take time. And I don't think we have either of those. If we're talking about a review to take the information that's there, refresh it, update it, come up, add the funding aspect to it, I'm hoping, estimating that it'd be a lesser cost and hopefully a shorter time frame, so we can take advantage of this favorable funding situation we have going on out there.
So, just for our understanding, because I want to answer from the people that are doing the connector. Who and what funding sources are paying for this connector that stops where you indicated? Not anything to do with our tunnel/bridge options. What funding sources and who's paying for that?
And again, I'm going off from my understanding here. We're looking for federal funding for a portion of it.
I got
and
that.
then there'll be some local funding, which.
So stop right there. Local funding. Who is that, or who are they?
The county is going to be the lion's share of the local funding, and where they get it from, I don't want to surmise.
And that's fine, as long as you say county.
Some of it will come from surtax, but we have to remember, when surtax went to the voters, the commuter rail was not part of the plan. So whatever you take from that surtax
I understand that perfectly. That's why I'm asking this question. So you say local, you've already identified county. What other local, Hollywood, Pembroke Pines, which one of these 31 cities are you talking about? Or how many of them?
Well, and that hasn't been determined. I do know that part of this, the resolution, the county has put up $15.5 million to go to the next stage of project development. I think, coming up with different funding thing, I don't know how much is going to be coming from the local. I do know that the county is trying to get this done and does plan on using surtax. There's a scenario that I see where the county takes on most, if not all, of the track part, and then leaves the station and the parking lots to the cities to be responsible for as part of the development. So there's a lot of, we're not there yet, but that is one scenario that could come of this as well.
Thank you so much.
So, Commissioner, can I?
I was just asking a question from my own understanding.
No, it's a good question.
I just don't need.
It's a really good question.
Because if stuff came to me 10 minutes ago, I haven't read it.
Yeah, so I'm just
I've been following it just like you have. I sit on the same MPO board as you. I just want to understand what I'm agreeing to this evening for my own understanding. So I think I'm there to be able to understand it, and please continue to share.
Okay, so the $15.5 million is going to come from the surtax fund. That's not coming from the general fund, so we understand that. Where the costs are going, that's just for the purpose of engineering and design. Now, the actual, if there is any construction costs necessary, that's a subject that I don't think Mr. Kelleher has an answer for today, but he's indicating that the county would probably assume a lot of that cost. I don't know whether there's going to be an ask from each individual city to participate. I don't think we've gotten there yet.
But he didn't have that, so.
No, we're not there yet.
He helped me. He said the county, and he stopped there, so I'm okay with that.
Right, but I don't think we're quite there yet. So, it would have been nice if out of the $15.5 million, there could have been additional funds to do this additional study. Since it is obvious that we're planning to do that, I don't know why your administration didn't just add that to the total cost, since we do need to move forward with that. Do you think that request will come up soon? Or are we going to wait months before, that allocation is made in order to secure the additional study that we speak of this afternoon?
The reason why the 15.5 does not include the study for going over the new river is because the 15.5 is to get into project development for the southern phase. That's a separate project. The New River Crossing and Northern Phase would be yet another project.
Right, but how long is it going to take for us to put that ask together?
Well, and again, back to what I was alluding to before is, the cost of this study or review, whatever we're going to call it, comes down to what is that scope? I mean, it could, depending on how broad it is, it could be $1 million, it could be a couple $100,000, it could be under 100,000. And I think depending on what the scope is and how we structure it will determine that and where that money comes from.
Okay.
And then I just want to finish with him right quick. Let me finish with him. Thank you again. You can come back. But so we got the answer from the county. Now, my question to you, because you said we have an idea of what we want and what we have agreed to in a consensus as a commission for this. I always say tunnel/bridge because it's still out there, but I know what the consensus was. Do we have a dollar amount? Do we have consulting? Do we have this company that says, hey, we can do it for $2 and we can do it in 6 months, and that we can add to the vice mayor's Part 3 proposal and make it a Part 4 to, I guess, answer all of or satisfy what we need to make sure that we're inclusive with the crossing of the New River?
So, Commissioner, we have a study that was done, again, very high level, rough, many assumptions. What we want to do now, what we came to consensus this morning, we met as early as 8 a.m. this morning to look at how we could take that study that was given to us. It was performed by HDR, which has, I believe, a price tag of $1.6 billion.
$1.6 billion.
Correct. I believe that's the number. Can you confirm that, Anthony? 1.8.
1.8 down from 3.8. The original was 3.8, and now was brought down to 1.8.
Yeah, what's the number? That's one of the numbers.
1.8 billion. That's the analysis we have on hand.
Okay.
And so the idea will be to get a consultant to look at those assumptions and validate further. And upon validating further, looking at ridership, looking at our development, looking at all of our conditions, determining how we can improve, understanding more definitive capital costs, operational costs, and ridership. Additionally, we want a consultant to outline for us the funding mechanisms and grants that would be available, would be applicable, and how we could apply to those. So again, instead of starting an analysis from scratch,
We have something.
we're taking something we have, further.
The county
defining it
has
down.
seen it.
The county has seen it,
The
correct?
mayor has reduced the price down in his efforts over the last, I think, year and a half with his lobbying and all the things he's done to his credit.
I'll be lobbying you too soon.
$8 billion price tag now down to $1.8 billion, which was a year and a half ago, so it might be back up to $2.6 billion. Because I ordered concrete 3 months ago. It was priced at $5,000. Now it's costing me $10,000. So I'm just dealing with those assumptions. And if it's 1.8, county knows about it, we know about it, so we can put this in our agreement and kind of start working on phase 2 as you indicated, right?
And so the idea would be that parallel to the LPA that's going to be discussed by the county for the southern portion on August
So
25th.
spell out LPA, because we don't have everybody here who are engineers and.
Preferred.
No, I know, we know, but they're residents in here.
LPA is the local preferred alternative. And when you define that, that is what basically the scope of the project of what you're doing, what you're submitting
Okay.
for.
All right, I think you satisfied my answer. I think we have enough to create this document. And would it be 4-part or 3-part? Okay.
All right.
So I think we're ready to roll.
Four, yeah.
Put it together and we'll see what it looks like. I just want to make one final comment so we can move on. I think Mr. Cook also wanted to speak. So, you know, Mr. Kelleher made the comment that, you know, a lot of these expenditures that are being sought, being asked for were not originally contemplated when the surtax was passed. That is true. A lot of things happen in time. You know, we discover new needs, we discover new opportunities, new technologies, but also the amount of money that's being collected is in excess of what we anticipated also. Sales tax revenues have gone very high, and a lot more money is being collected than was originally anticipated. So that's a good thing. And so this 15.5 million was not contemplated originally in the surtax when the surtax was first being put out to the public, but we found a way to get the 15.5 million. So I think there are other opportunities to find money in places where not originally anticipated, and we're very thankful that Florida has become very popular, especially Broward County. And the sales tax revenues have really jumped high, and we can all benefit from it and do best for our communities by spending it in the right way. So in any case, let's move forward. I think you have your direction, Mr. City Manager. Do you have any other questions?
No, yes, certainly, and if you'd like, we could also add that to the letter saying how we could look at funding this analysis
Through
via
the surtax, yeah.
surtax. We could certainly add that. So just for logistics, we draft a letter and the mayor signs it.
What'd you just say?
If that is the direction being given.
Yeah,
by
we
the
want to
city.
support
that's
the
what we
county's
said.
effort. We want to support the county's effort. We have.
Yes.
That's what we said.
But there are provisos that were suggested by the vice mayor, and let's just, you know, maybe you might have to look at the tape to, you know, to remember what he said. But I think we all are in agreement
It was
with what he
4
said.
point.
Yeah, Mr. Cook.
Directed.
And then Kevin, I'd like you, Kevin, hey, just want to, after Mr. Cook, if you can just give us is it making sense what we're saying and what's going to be included in this letter? Is that any questions you have?
Thank you for your
Steve Cook,
patience.
Croissant Park Civic Association. I had signed up to speak on this on the rail. I signed up to speak on the rail because the station I read in today's agenda was the
Speak up.
The station that's in today's agenda was in Southwest 15th was
Yeah.
the first anybody had heard of it. I emailed Ray Detman. Nobody knows about it, so I was curious to see where that came from. And second, I have a general comment. China's last high-speed rail they just finished is 231 miles long. Of that, 90% are tunnels or bridges. Those trains go up to 200 miles an hour. The only forward-looking thing on this plan is the tunnel under the river, which it makes no sense if it doesn't connect to something. We can't do 27 miles of elevated or tunnel. If they can do 231 miles, why can't we at least cost out doing a system that'll work? Because I bet you if you look back, 100 years or so, that Flagler's railroad that brought us here is probably more efficient than this is going to be today.
Okay.
It does 100 and something trains a day over railroad crossings, and add into that 8 million people. I think it's about the tri-rail population of 8 million people, and we're going to run an old train or a new train over the same tracks.
You know, but it's interesting you say that because what has caused me to struggle with this whole idea is that, yeah, we want this tunnel because we think it's going to be efficient, but right next to it is that freight rail that is not going anywhere, which is going to congest, impede, hinder the marine traffic. Still, I mean, we're going to stop some of it because we're going to increase passenger, but that rail, Mayor, just really stirs in me. If we don't do something about that, we're really not going to impact.
We're working on that too. We're working on that. We've been talking
because
with
you can spend, if you're just taking a regular boat, I'm not talking a small boat.
Yeah.
You can spend 30 to 45 minutes right there waiting for that thing to go up because it's programmed out of Jacksonville. We don't have any control over it. And if you're a boater, you just wait to go. Now, if it's the marine industry, it's a whole just different deal. But they're the ones that are pushing this to get their industry more efficient and getting them out to the sea.
Well, what's good about this conversation is that it spurred another conversation with FEC, the freight company, that they're now considering establishing a track network farther west in US 27 to divert the Miami-Dade freight, I think it's from Fort Pierce or somewhere north of West Palm Beach, to bring it west and completely avoid Broward County. Broward would still have to come through Broward. It would still have to go over the New River, but that would reduce the number of trains by 80-90%, which would be the freight trains. So that's a conversation that's now been ignited as a result of this conversation. So you're right. We still have the freight, but we're going to reduce the number of freight trains significantly if they can continue in that conversation.
Well, to me,
thank you so much.
the commuter line, adding the commuter line in is going to make this Bright Line less efficient.
Is going to make the Bright Line what?
Less efficient.
Why do you say that?
Well, for one, you're going to have more people getting into wrecks on the tracks. You only have 2 tracks, so everybody's using the same track. So now you're going to add how many trips a day of commuter rail to a track that already has problems getting Bright Line through now with all, I think there was 4 deaths last week or week before. It's
I
going to
think
make
we're
it
looking
even
to
worse.
add a 3rd track, if I'm not mistaken.
But I don't think they have wrecks. I think there's a passenger,
Yes.
I mean, not passenger, but a pedestrian accidents. I haven't seen any trains crashes. So they manage the rail.
He's saying that if you add this commuter line, it's going to stall the Bright Line. It's going to make it less efficient. I think that's why they're looking to.
Yeah, but it's supposed to, according to what we've been hearing, make it more efficient. More passengers.
I agree, but he's saying Bright Line won't be able to go as fast as it has been because there's going to be another train ahead of it being a commuter line. But I believe they're going to add a 3rd track.
Yeah, I mean, Brightline owns the lease to passengers rail on that rail, so they're definitely not going to do anything that's going to diminish their
So they're going to add
speed of service. Yeah.
Okay.
I feel like it would make more sense just adding some more Bright Line stations.
Yeah.
Anyway, all right, thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thanks, Steve.
I'll put you on that committee.
All right, so thank you, everybody. I appreciate it, Mr. Keller. Again, thank you for coming here today. We appreciate it, and we'll try to get that letter together so that we can support the initiative. Thank you. Okay, commission reports.
I just wanted, Kevin, or before you go, Kevin, is that making sense what we're saying? Any concerns or issues or things we're not being clear on from your perspective?
Just for clarity purposes here, the county's looking at this as multiple projects, trying to get the momentum with the southern phase.
Right.
So it sounds like you're supportive of that, but you want to make
Correct.
sure that we stay at the table and continue with the new river crossing and getting to the northern phase, which is what the county commission said in June as well too. And so.
Absolutely.
So I think we're on the same page. And, we just need to keep working at it. And it's been a pleasure working with Greg and Susan, and we'll try to get through this.
Okay.
Keller,
thank you.
do you see any timeline down the road where eventually the county commission is going to make a decision about tunnel versus bridge? Because you earlier you said there's no consensus, they're kind of split, but do you see that conversation taking shape sooner rather than later and maybe in a positive way for the city?
Far be it for me to speak for my board, but I think the key word is consensus. I think they'll be prepared to move when there's consensus. And that's where we're at, and I think that's what we're trying to build. And once we get there, so as sooner we get to that consensus, I think sooner we go forward. Because of past starts and stops of different programs, I don't think there's much appetite to go forward unless there's consensus.
Understood. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin.
Okay, commission reports. Commissioner Moritas is not here today. She's actually taken on another responsibility that conflicts with this time. So all future conference meetings, she will not be attending until later in the afternoon. So Commissioner McKenzie, do you have a commission report?
I don't have a report, but I do. I wasn't supposed to be here today either, if you remember, but I'm going to stay the course, but I'll be leaving early in the evening meeting. Okay, I may come back and forth, but I'm trying to make sure I stay on task here, so.
Okay.
Just so you know why I'm running in and out of the room. But no report.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman,
Thank you, Mayor.
what have you been doing this summer?
Hope everyone had an excellent last 6 weeks, and it's a pleasure to be back. I wanted to begin by extending my congratulations and best wishes to Anthony Fajardo, Susan King, and Chris Cooper in your new leadership roles in the city. I'm sure that you guys will do an amazing job, and I just wanted to congratulate you on those new roles. Wanted to mention to everyone that early voting has started in Broward County. I'm wearing my I voted little badge here. I think it's really important that everyone pay attention. There have been a couple of little fits and starts with regards to some polling place information and precinct information, but hopefully everyone is on track and will do that very important civic duty. So I would encourage everyone between now and August 23rd to please vote. And then I wanted to acknowledge the passing of two citizens who contributed so much to our community. We did lose Paul Edward Daly. For those of you that don't know him, he was a very well-known businessman in the city, active in so many, very many nonprofits. He was recently honored by the United Way of Broward County for all of his work in the community, and that will be a loss for the community. We also lost Elizabeth Athanasakos. Athanasakos. I had a feeling you might know the pronunciation, Mayor. Athanasakos. Really an amazing biography. This woman was really a pioneer for her day, pioneering lawyer, judge, women's rights activist. She served on so many local boards, national boards, appointed by Presidents Nixon, Presidents Ford, President Carter. Really made an incredible contribution, and again, as many local awards as well. So I just wanted to acknowledge, maybe we can have a moment of silence for both of these people this evening when the meeting for the evening takes place. But we did lose two really wonderful community citizens. Other than that, solid waste working group meetings continued through the summer, as did many of the civic associations as well. I wanted to thank them all for that. Victoria Park Civic Association has been meeting. I believe Flagler Village will be meeting tomorrow evening. Progressive Village Civic Association met last night. And also South Middle River. I did attend an FDOT open house for the intersection of US 1 and Sunrise Boulevard. That's very important changes coming, especially with the Searstown project moving forward. Also have been meeting on the International Swimming Hall of Fame Board of Directors. I will be speaking this Friday at the Greater Fort Lauderdale Chamber of Commerce meeting, the Beach Council, part of the chamber. Also, South Middle River Civic Association will be meeting. I'll also be meeting and looking forward to meeting some officials from Fort Myers who are interested in coming down and checking out the work that's happening with Suntex in our Las Olas Marina. We'll be looking forward to that. I'll also be posting a really cool webcam that our neighbors at Portofino were so gracious to install on their building. It's really great because the city, you can watch all of the progress at the Las Olas Marina. You can even go back and have a time lapse of the videos. You can see every bit of work. I think it will become really fascinating once they start the dredging and remove the actual asphalt parking lots and create that enlarged marina. So I'll be getting that information out as well, the link. And I wanted to thank our neighbors for helping with that. We have this on the 24th, the Central City Advisory Board will be meeting and wrapping up their work. It's been a long time coming on the rezoning project for that part of town. Looking forward to that. Also that evening, Timpano Las Olas comes back after several years away and not active on Las Olas Boulevard. I will also be attending Suit, Stilettos, and Lipstick reception at the Grand Pelican Resort on the beach, another wonderful organization in our city. And then we look forward to, Mayor, your remarks on Wednesday, September 14th for the State of the City. That'll be nice that will be back live and in person. I believe that's at the Parker Playhouse. That's it from me. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. great several weeks. Several topics just to touch on. Let's see. Number one, Greg and Commissioner Glassman mentioned it. Some new positions being filled, which is great. Promotions. Greg, could we get an org chart, like who's in what position and kind of responsibilities, especially for the assistant city managers and so forth, so we kind of know all that?
We can definitely do that. We sent a memo, but we will put it in an org chart format.
Yeah, that'd be good. So maybe department heads and something we can post on our city websites if we want, just so everyone knows who's what. That'd be great. Thank
Certainly.
you. Thank you. I've had several conversations, very positive ones, with Stranahan High School, Broward County Public Schools, and Fort Lauderdale High School around Inner Miami and the field use and so forth. Greg, I don't know if Zoe's around. I just wanted her to maybe give a little update or.
She's not in right now, but we can certainly gather some updates for you.
So what am I thinking? I know Commissioner McKenzie was kind of.
I can give you my piece now.
Sorry?
The piece I was assigned to, I can give it to you.
You have your, and I can give mine too. I don't have all the details, but yeah.
Whenever you're ready,
Yeah,
I'll
yeah.
give it to you.
Okay. Go ahead. I figure we might as well update each other.
So I was charged with reaching out because I didn't think that we did a good job last year reaching out to Ely or Dillard High School to see if they really wanted to play the Soul Bowl. I think it was thrown into a bit of a political discussion. So we're having those conversations. They have set a date. They do desire to do it. I will be sitting with the school board, District 5, Daniel, and Zoe, myself, and folks from the school, because we really want to do it big if we're going to do it, but we also want to make sure that those two schools don't lose any revenue. They have full run of the grounds. And also Stephanie Toothaker will be at that meeting to make sure that she takes our list back to Inner Miami. And if these, I'm not gonna say demands, these simple requests of a field that was supposed to be for our high schools anyway are met. And after that meeting, we'll come back, but the game date is set for November 5th. At 7 p.m. So I'll come back to the next meeting, probably with having that meeting and letting the commission know what the two schools agreed to, Inner Miami, and bring it back so that we can support it moving forward. That's the piece that I was in charge of. So I know Zoe and I have talked time and time again. Perfect. And she's going to run lead to make all this happen. But I don't know about her piece, and I don't know about your piece.
Yep. Perfect. That sounds great, Commissioner. That's great. That lines up with my thinking. Hey, Commissioner Moritas. So let's see. So my discussions have led to the following feedback. Oh, there's Zoe now. Hey, Zoe. I was just trying to capture our discussions. So if you're able and interested, if you want to jump up and correct me when I say something wrong here, but so we had good discussions, and basically the smaller stadium, the Broward County Public School, I think we have about 20 times we used it. They would love to see that go to 30 times to be able to use that smaller stadium for more sporting events. This was news to me also, was that the Inner Miami does not charge Broward County Public Schools a rental fee when they use that smaller stadium or the bigger one. They don't charge them a fee. What they charge them is for the hiring of security staff for that event. And then the schools have to pay for that hiring of staff for those events. So that was helpful to know. So the schools would love to get to 30 for the smaller stadium, which it was one of the things I want to ask and talk to with Inner Miami and so forth, if that makes sense for you all.
But I think that fee that you just spoke of, that you didn't have a number on, is what discouraged the teams that I'm responsible for from playing that game at the last minute and going back to their respective stadiums at their schools where they control their gates. They control their parking lots. That's a revenue stream. May not be as much as we think, but I think the number there is what we're going to work on in our meeting in making it really no charge.
Yeah. Okay, great. They, for the concessions, it seemed like what we're hearing is if the schools want to do concessions, that there's an openness to allow them to do that too, just in our discussion. So I think that's, right.
But that's what we talked about when we first sat at the yacht club.
I know.
That these schools or these kids would lose this revenue stream.
Right.
They always control parking. They always control gates.
Right.
And then that goes away when we build this nice, new, bright, shiny stadium. But I was told we're going to put all these things on the table, at least for that particular game.
Yep.
And get it worked out. So I'll bring that back, and hopefully you'll bring your piece back, because we can't sit in the same room and have the same discussion.
Right, exactly. And some of the feedback I was getting from Broward County Public Schools was for the big stadium, they feel like Inter Miami is asking for too much security and too much of a cost for that. And so one of their hopes is that can the Inter Miami bring that number down?
That's what we're working on.
What's required.
On this
exactly.
game.
Exactly. For Soul Bowl or whatever. Yeah, exactly. So I think that's lined
then
up.
what if they brought their own security?
Sorry?
I said, what if they brought their own security?
The
Or is
school, you
whatever
just
they
have to get
use-
Inter Miami sign off that that's okay. So yeah, I think that'd be a great option,
I
as
mean,
long
maybe-
as they're okay with
Sure,
that.
I'm sure they have strict security measures in place because they are a school. So I think they do this at other stadiums too. So maybe they just provide the security.
They have security measures, but I still think when you get large numbers of people at any event in this city, it becomes policing. Because even now, just for daily school operations, they have a few security specialists on the campus, maybe two, and then it's our police department.
Yeah, correct.
Like St. Thomas, for example, and there's a game, there's about 8 policemen out there. Dillard, I think we have about 4. What is it, Scott? It goes to special events, so you got to have fire, police, and all of those entities that are based on your anticipation of the capacity for that night. So it'll be Fort Lauderdale Police Department. So we got to talk about those things and how we do this.
Yeah, because it costs, right now, they were telling us the fee to use the big stadium, which is the cost of 40 to 50 officers, is about $35,000.
It was huge.
So it's huge. And so basically what Broward County Public Schools was telling me is saying, hey, we don't think we need that many officers, so can we, work with Inter Miami to try to bring down that number? So but you're on it, Commissioner.
So that's
So-
why I was saying it's probably their protocol that should determine the amount of security, because I think they probably, the school, Broward County Public Schools probably has a pretty good protocol in place for the amount
Probably,
of officers.
But think about this.
Or is it the liability?
Think about this. Whether it's at Ely, Dillard, or any public school, Stranahan, it's a couple of officers, it's one EMS, and that's mandatory. So now you're talking about going to a 15,000 seat stadium. It's gonna
Sure, well, I know it'll be more, but I
be
still
more,
think, I bet there's a ratio.
but I don't think the school board can handle it. Even now, I think some of the things that we pay for at these games, and they're not our games. Because I had the same problem at Dillard with their homecoming when we sponsored the tailgate party. The school board wanted to charge us $2,500. We were already with our special events department, investing about $10,000 in this tailgate halftime sponsorship. So they wouldn't waive their own $2,500. But the school board appointee is in the room with me. He's all in. We're all in. We're going to sit at the table with Inter Miami and see if they're all in. We come back with a report to decide if we're going to be hosting at least this event there. But I think, to speak to your credit, the real elephant in the room is how does Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale just go and enjoy their stadium without all these obstacles to just get into a stadium that was built for them. Soul Bowl was just thrown in as a conversation, in my opinion. But Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale needs to know how to access this field, when they can access it, can they have the concession stands, can they have all these other things that the other schools enjoy in their stadiums.
Yep.
So that's the big
Sure. And they're,
item.
yeah, and they're, Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale are good with this smaller stadium cost for security. They feel that's reasonable and appropriate and fine.
What's that number?
So they're good. It's around, let me see, it's around $2,000 to $5,000 per game, depending on audience, anticipated audience.
Yeah, because the average is 2,500.
It's around, yeah. So they're basically good with that. But your point also, Commissioner, is let me see. It was Stranahan. Stranahan was really interested in running the concessions for those reasons you've mentioned, and we think there's going to be an opportunity to do more of that. So so I think we'll get there.
So you say concessions? Are you including parking as well? Because those kids made money out of parking.
I forget, Zoe. What did we say about parking? Was Inter Miami? Was there openness for the schools to run parking? If you remember, I just don't remember.
Hi, good afternoon. Zoe Saunders, Chief Education Officer. Parking wasn't the main point of conversation. It was more around concession and that being an opportunity that Stranahan wanted to take advantage of.
Yeah. Okay. But Commissioner, we did talk about keeping profit from ticket sales. So that was another piece. I think we can get there. So that was good. Lastly, some of the other requests for the small stadium. Hey, Broward County Public Schools and Stranahan, Fort Lauderdale saying, we would love these improvements to the stadium if possible. And I think we all know what those are, but I just want to recap them again. Is number one, again, going to 30 games from the 20 games. Okay, so 10 more. 2, increase additional seating to accommodate 3,000 fans. I think they're at 1,500 right now for the small stadium. So they'd love to be able to get to 3,000. They would love to have a press box, which is, that higher level box for coaches and so forth to be up there. And then the last piece is the sound system is not very effective there. So, Commissioner, Mayor, Greg, and Alan, exploring, are we as a commission, open to supporting, making those improvements happen, which I definitely am. So,
well, I heard, you all correct me if I'm wrong, from the representative that day that those things can be taken care of.
It sounded
I
like
think
it.
what
And we said we'd pay for it. We said we would use our park bond money. I don't know if that-
No. So you went off.
Did they say they'd pay for it?
She agreed to take care of all those things. So that's what we want to hash out. What are they going to pay for? What are we going to get? You're shaking your head, but we got to get this done.
No, I agree.
Football
I
season
don't think
starts in
they said
30
they were
minutes.
paying
So
for
I
it.
want to make sure in my meeting, Ben, Vice Mayor, Commissioner, that we get these things from them, and what we don't get from them, we know that we can support it from our perspective because we've always supported the school systems here at the city of Fort Lauderdale. It's just that when we got to Inter Miami, we put the ball in their hands and we just didn't have access to go into this gate when we want to. I mean, it's theirs.
I know.
So I'm working, you're working, and then we come back. Hopefully we have this by the next meeting, so because when football season kicks off, these kids can play in their stadiums, enjoy the same fruits as all other schools enjoy when they open their gates and play their games.
Right. And I know this agreement is between Inter Miami and Broward County Public Schools, and I know we're getting involved a little bit, so I don't think there's an agreement between the city of Fort Lauderdale and any of these entities, but I do think what we discussed last time we were together, if we need to, I believe we as a commission, at least I thought we said, we were willing to augment the price if we needed to make sure the kids had what they needed. They just have to give us permission to go and do the work.
That's correct.
That's Inter Miami. So that's also what we need to discuss.
That's
Who's
correct.
paying for it? And if we all collectively agree, I don't know if we need a vote or an amended
I
contract.
think we agreed last time to do it, right?
We did, but we may need something more
But
than
also, I think she agreed, so we're going to get what we can, Ben.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah.
At your meeting, I'm going to get what I can.
Right.
Then we're going to come back, and whatever we can't get, we lift from here. Agreed?
Yeah.
Mayor?
Yeah, with
I'm with it.
permission.
Well, just to bring you up to date, so No, it's a very good discussion. I was sat back and listened because I think it's important to hear, what our expectations are. But when I had the opportunity to go to the Inter Miami Barcelona game, I had a conversation with Jorge Mas about, where we're going with that, with the additional improvements that are, must be made. So their representative and I are going to be meeting together, and we're going to hash out all the different asks that we have. He's already agreed to augment the number of bleachers in the football stadium. He's going to add to the bleachers. But now that I'm hearing these other things.
No, they were there that day. That's
sorry?
why I think it's important, and I'm not cutting you off, that he either has his meeting, I have my meeting, and we compile a list, and you go back to them and negotiate all.
So why don't
everything.
you submit to me that list, so we'll see, what we can get.
He has the
All right,
1,
so
2, 3,
Vice
4
Mayor, if you
items.
could just
I'm
give
trying to
that to me.
negotiate one bowl game,
Is that the Soul Bowl?
Soul Bowl, which I didn't bring up, but it was brought up. And
Is that? When is that?
November 5th this year is what they're trying to do, but they can't afford to do it at today's rate in that stadium. So that's what we're going to try to hash out in the next week or so.
Okay.
Bring it back to us, and you can go back and seal the deal.
Okay. All right.
Great. Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, thanks. Zoe, did I cover pretty much, what else did I leave out of there?
I think it was a very good discussion. I just wanted to make mention that the school district will be voting on their lease agreement with Inter Miami tomorrow at their school board meeting. And that includes the items that were listed in terms of access to 20 games on the smaller field. But the negotiation around the larger stadium is not part of that agreement.
Right, that's two separate
There are
schools.
two
That's
separate
just
agreements, but just to clarify.
that's one of our event opportunities that we agreed to in the interlocal agreement initially.
Yeah, and the only other item or request that was brought up was potentially being able to play the homecoming game for Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale in the larger stadium, if that would be possible in
Okay.
addition to Soul Bowl.
So when we have our meeting, which I'm setting up now, make sure we bring that up so we can get that done there.
Okay, great, thanks.
And Zoe, would the school board need to amend the contract if it went to 30 games instead of 20? And are they okay with that?
Possibly, that's why I brought it up. They need to enter into that agreement because they'll start playing games there. But if that is extended for this academic year, they would likely need an amendment.
Okay, so
So-
maybe you can let them know that we're looking into the possibility?
So
Yes.
tomorrow they're asking for how many?
20.
20.
Why not
20
30?
is part of the agreement.
Why not 30?
That's what was drafted in the agreement. We met recently with them and asked them what would be their request. The request for 30 is so that they can incorporate more soccer, and that's really to promote women's, female athletics.
That, Miami can incorporate more soccer, not us.
No, it would be at the smaller stadium. Right now, there's a few soccer games that are hosted there in the small field.
By the
But
school?
if they were able
Okay.
to increase that number to 30, they would be able to host more of the women's soccer games at Lockhart, which is. of
School board
interest.
or Inter Miami?
School board.
Okay.
So is there any way we can get an answer from Inter Miami before tomorrow, before the school board votes? Try to bump that number up to 30?
So, but I want to understand. So when we increase the number, what activity is that?
Broward County Public Schools would like to have football and soccer, it sounds like, at the small stadium, which is designated to Stranahan and Fort Lauderdale High School.
So in the 20, that's soccer and football?
The 20 is probably mostly football, right, with a couple
Mostly
soccer?
football, but they're able to accommodate a few of the soccer games. And so
And
there's a
if we hit
push
30, we get them all, right?
I think
Yeah.
their request is for 30, but Inter Miami's giving them 20 right now. And so is there any way for us to talk to Inter Miami to see if it could get to 30 before they
That's
work on it
what, yeah. That's what he's doing.
for tomorrow?
No, not tomorrow, but you doing it for tomorrow?
I'll give it a shot.
Okay.
Hey, I'll
You got
understand Commissioner Moritas and Commissioner McKenzie said, so see if
Well,
we can
you
get
might
some
want to
lift.
use her name. I
Her,
probably won't.
use her
carry it with
first.
Use the mayor's name.
Use her first.
Yes, the mayor's permission.
We'll give it a shot. Yeah, we'll give it a shot and report
Don't
back.
let the mayor go to any more games before then.
Right. All right, good. All right. Thank you, Zoe. Thanks, commissioners. That's great. I just want to check, where are we on the city auditor search or that process? Greg, I'm forgetting.
Sure, I'd like to ask Acting HR Director Jerome Post to give you that update.
Thank you for your patience. Acting HR Director Jerome Post. Yes, the latest is that the recruitment firm, SGR, Strategic Government Resources, has started that recruitment. They are collecting the applications at this time.
And what happens next? And give me a general
My
timeline.
understanding is they will be collecting them and then referring them back to the Human Resources Department. In particular, Anthony Roberts, our HR Director in charge of talent management, will be getting with the city manager and you, because the city manager technically can't be part of that process. But we'll be putting together another step for you in the future.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mhm.
Appreciate it. Greg, what's water plant? Give us an update. What's happening there?
All right, so for that, Susan Grant yesterday shared with some of you the costs about what are the projected costs in the 10 years. And from that analysis, you could see that the costs over 10 years.
Wait. Shouldn't this be an item, not just an offhand comment from, on commission reports? Shouldn't we have a full presentation on this?
Absolutely.
It's your meeting.
I mean,
So we can certainly put an item together and present it
because it's a great question,
comprehensively.
but we should have,
Yeah,
But right now,
I'm happy to have a whole afternoon on it.
So we should have an update, right?
we should get an update of what's going on, exactly.
so right now we just are forecasting what the cost would be in 10 years. We presented some of those details to you. It's just an estimate. We still have to finalize or have discussions around labor and how that will work, and also operational logistics and costs associated with that. We hope that sometime in October, we have a comprehensive plan or an agreement that you all may consider. If you'd like, we can also provide a more detailed presentation with the most recent update at the next meeting, if you'd
Can
like.
we do that at the next meeting and have?
Absolutely.
Great. Yeah, that sounds good. Thank you. That's great. A1A, I've gotten a couple emails just about, lane, I don't know if you all get these too, you probably do, just lane blockages on A1A and concerns with that. I
Get
think
lane
we're-
blockages on US 1 in front of Chick-fil-A.
US, okay, yeah, I believe that
You know what?
too.
It's funny you all mention that.
Yeah.
What I've noticed throughout this city, in other cities, anywhere there's a Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, Chick-fil-A's at peak times, because of the makeup of the design, which is particularly drive-through, they are, what you call it, waiting on our streets to enter into that private property to pick up that cup of coffee, donut, or whatever it is they're doing. But I don't care which one I pass by. We just opened a new one.
Where?
On Broward, just west of
near,
the
Walmart,
Walmart Plaza. And in the morning, that traffic is out on Broward Boulevard.
This is
because-
Starbucks or Chick-fil-A?
Starbucks.
Starbucks, yeah.
Because when we designed it, the neighbors didn't want it backing up in the neighborhoods, just like it is on
Just like it is on Federal.
and Davie, or the Chick-fil-A that you're speaking of, or it just happens with these type designs in these heavy travel or peak hours. So it's not just A1A. So we're gonna look at traffic backing up. It's at every one of these templates. And how do you deal with that? I just don't know, because we approved that site plan. We approved that for this use, but we didn't approve 85 people wanting coffee or Chick-fil-A sandwich at the same time every day. So I mean, I understand it, but I have the same calls. Whether it's the one by Dell's Tires, or it doesn't matter where they are, right here by the police station. I mean, that's the worst place to put something there, but it's there. We like it. We like to go there and get it. So what do we do? Have a workshop? We had
Well,
one
I
before
think-
about the one over
I think
here,
for Chick-fil-A, they're working out something to open up the backside. So,
which the neighbors said initially, we don't want you coming through that way.
oh, well, it's creating a hazard.
I mean, so some of the emails I get are, hey, we
Hey,
shouldn't ever
you want
block.
to share emails? I know that's against the law, but I'm being funny.
Yeah. Are just, hey, we should never block any of A1A off ever.
You should never block any road, and I think the price of progress is we're going to have this happening every time I use these templates. So what do we do? How do we answer all of the residents? And I'm not trying to take away from what you're saying.
Yeah, no.
It's a great issue you brought up.
Right. And I don't know, the only thing that comes to my mind is just being very, and I feel like normally we are, just being very judicious around what do we approve in terms of blockages and so forth, and just have a very high level of scrutiny. I don't know, Mayor or Commissioner, I don't know if you all have any other feedback or.
I would ask Anthony, but he got promoted.
He's
He
Call
doesn't
him
even-
honorable
Look where
now.
he's sitting. He doesn't know where to sit anymore.
Exactly.
Hey, you sit on this side of the room, dude.
Yeah, come on.
Well, what's the question, I guess?
So the question is, are we sufficiently limiting the number of times we have events and road closures on A1A? Are we doing a good job with that?
Well, we've had that discussion multiple times.
Oh, that's different then. I thought it was Chick-fil-A and Starbucks.
If you're just talking about businesses that exist, year-round, that's one issue.
Right.
But if we're talking about special events like marathons, triathlons, all the things that Commissioner Glassman participates in.
Exactly.
That's a whole different
Extreme
conversation.
Ironmans, all that. High diving from the high dive. Pickleball.
That's a whole different discussion, which we've had multiple times. I thought we resolved that.
Yeah.
We've had several workshops on that.
Okay.
So I didn't think that was still an issue.
Yeah, I get feedback
it?
about it, but no.
Really? Okay.
So I guess we just continue vigilance and trying to be appropriate in our selection. Anything else, Chris, from that standpoint, or?
So I can talk a little bit about the drive-through issues if you'd like. Chris Cooper, Director, Department of Development Services. So we are working on a code amendment at some of the direction of the commission that we received a few months back to look at our stacking requirements in the ULDR for specific uses. So we may look at drive-through restaurants differently than we do from a bank. So we did some traffic counts with TAM, and we're putting together a code amendment that can hopefully address some of those future development applications we receive with a drive-through component. As far as Chick-fil-A, we've been working with them on a solution as well. They're in for building permits to make some site modifications that should improve circulation on site. They also have another DRC application that they've recently submitted to make some further improvements, including an additional exit lane onto US 1 that should also improve circulation on site. So there's two phases to that project, and they're in the midst of both of those right now.
Okay. Great.
Chris, are you still working with FDOT on that?
So we are. Chick-fil-A just filed an application for that project to improve and add that exit lane on the DOT. So they're working with them to get approval. I don't know the status of that approval, but that is the plan, is to open up another lane.
Okay, so at least hopefully FDOT gave them advice, because I think they're helping with a study so that when they submitted something, it made sense, right? I mean,
I'm
it
getting a
wasn't-
head nod yes from
Not
Ben
Chick-fil-A
Rogers.
coming up with the idea, it's really FDOT that came up with the idea to help, okay, thanks.
Oh, God.
Thanks. Great, thanks, Chris. Next was, let's see. So, Alan, you maybe have a little bit on this. It was the kind of accessory dwelling, that issue that with the resident around the additional dwelling unit and the duplicative cost for property taxes. Remember we were talking about this?
With regards to the granny flats?
Yes, exactly.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So I just wanted, would you mind just summarizing that to the commission, just so that they're kind of understanding what we were facing and, yeah.
Well, it's kind of convoluted. Maybe I can do that at the next meeting and provide it, because it's got a lot of detail in general and in specific instances. So I would probably want to come back to you with that.
Okay.
A lot of it is driven by the property appraiser's office.
Yeah, right.
So obviously we're guided by that, but it'd probably be best for purposes of accuracy, that I come back with you with that.
That's fine. If you could, just like an overview of that, that'd be great. The way they can track and we can have any discussions on that. Thank you. Let's see. I think that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Moritas, do you have any report you'd like to make?
Oh, yes, good afternoon. Please forgive me for being late, and I was also wanted to ask permission if I could please join the meetings late each time. Oh, you did? I already asked for permission? Thank you, Greg. Oh.
The mayor announced it.
Well,
and
give
gave
us
you
an-
di-
gave
and
us an
gave you
opportunity.
permission.
You wanted me to give you an
He
update?
gave us an opportunity to
So-
talk behind your back while you were gone.
Oh,
so-
good, good. That's never happened before.
You got more done. They approved it.
Good, thank you. Today was my first day of school. I taught AP Government and Politics. If you want a little recap, I can give you a rundown.
I can only imagine the version. Thanks.
Yes, yes. I think they said something about videos, but I told them not to believe anything that's posted about me. Nothing online.
Hey, about there.
Yeah, I'll behave. Good group of kids. Very excited about doing it, but I don't get out until 3, and then all the students try to leave at the same time, so it's a bit of a bottleneck. How does someone run for a commission who wants to teach at the same time?
We got a bottleneck at the schools? You kidding me?
A little bit. But anyway, so it's good to be here. I was tracking kind of what's happening. Melissa was keeping me updated. So USS Fort Lauderdale, wow, that was great. Thank you to everyone. I'm sure you already mentioned it, but that was just a really special day for our city. I was so excited to be a part of it. And we missed you, Steve. I know you were out of town. And yeah, it was a great event. So what else did I do? I don't think I have anything. I'm good. Besides
Good?
that.
Okay.
Do you remember, just to refresh your memory, when we talked about raising salaries?
Whose salaries?
No, when we raised our salaries.
Yes.
We talked about if a teacher
Oh, that's right.
or a layperson wanted to be a commissioner, they could quit their job
That's what we
and be a
discussed.
commissioner.
That's what happened.
We were fighting for them, not
Sure.
for us.
Okay, so I did quit my job for 4 years because I was a teacher, so I could serve as a commissioner, and now I'm actually going back to teaching, so now I have to quit this job. So it's kind of sad still. But yes,
We could have worked it out.
work it out.
We all
Anyways,
make choices.
All right.
People make choices.
Let's move on. Just a few things. During our break, I had the opportunity to go to Washington and participate in the unveiling of the statue that is now going to be in the Statuary Hall in the U.S. Capitol. It was a great event, a wonderfully attended ceremony, and it's a great honor for the state of Florida in particular, and certainly Fort Lauderdale, since the artist was from Fort Lauderdale. So kudos to everybody who participated in that happening, and those who donated to pay for the statue. I think it was just a wonderful event. A few groundbreakings and ribbon cuttings. Lasso Gaucho opened. It's a new Brazilian restaurant on Sunrise Boulevard. Did the OKO groundbreaking of their new building near the state courthouse. Patio Pizza opened up the street over here on 3rd Avenue. Hopefully they do well. And just to add to what Commissioner Moritas mentioned regarding the commissioning of the USS Fort Lauderdale, it was one of those rare moments in time that the city of Fort Lauderdale, the whole eyes of the world were on the city of Fort Lauderdale. The U.S. Secretary of Navy was there. The Commandant of the Marine Corps was there. Various members of the senior brass of the Coast Guard, as well as the Navy and the Marines. It was a great honor for the city to be able to host an event like that. My hat's off to the Navy League and the board, the voluntary board that helped raise money. Jack Seiler, thank you for all the work that you did in trying to raise funds to create all the events and allow all those events during the course of the week to be free of charge for the citizens of our community. And the comments that I heard most often by the Marines and the sailors were thank you, thank you, thank you. You showed great love for us, and they want to continue to use Fort Lauderdale as a base to return to visit for Fleet Week and other opportunities that they may have. The commandant even said he was planning to move to Fort Lauderdale. He just felt that we had such a welcoming community for the men and women in service. So, I thank everyone in our city for really rolling out the red carpet for everybody that came that week. And you really made Fort Lauderdale the great look, just the great place that it is. So thank you. Participate in some other events, a donation drive for the people of Ukraine. And this past week, I participated in the Florida League of Cities, which had its annual convention at Diplomat Hotel down in Hollywood. I also participated in the Florida League of Mayors meetings, and finally the big banquet Saturday night. It was very, very well attended, probably one of the best attended events that I've ever attended for the Florida League of Cities. I think they appreciate cities like Fort Lauderdale showing up because most of those cities that participate are smaller cities, councilmen and women, commissioners from all parts of the state who come together, and it's a great networking opportunity, and I'm glad that Fort Lauderdale is able to be a part of it. Tonight, Commissioner Glassman, you and I will have to talk about who's going to be our representatives for the National League of Cities conference in Kansas City, since we're the only two remaining people that are going to be able to participate. So we'll talk.
And I've already made up my mind.
I'll have you.
Thank you.
When is that?
Thank you.
When is it?
It's in November,
November what? Because I could sneak one in for you.
the end of November, like
No.
November 11th or 13th, something like that.
I think it's November 18th or something.
18th?
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's in Kansas City, I believe, right?
Kansas City, here I come.
I think Kansas City, Missouri, yeah.
Right. And I rarely go west of Federal Highway. So, so you understand.
You're going.
I see. So all your cruises are east of Federal Highway. yeah?
Exactly. So, Mayor, just for consistency, and we can get to this later, but for consistency, aren't you the representative for the Broward League of Cities?
Yes, I am.
Oh, consistency then is everything. And just so you understand.
I wouldn't want to deny you the opportunity.
That's okay. We'll talk about it later.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
I owe you one then. Okay, a lot of things opening up in the next few weeks. Another great restaurant, the opening of Fugo de Chao, 201 East Las Olas. Timpano's is reopening.
Oh, man, I love that place.
24th. Whole new menu, all new interior. Again, that's August 24th. Suit Stilettos and Lipstick Convention is going to be the next day. Commissioner, you already mentioned that. Let's see. And also another member of our community who recently passed away, a celebration for life on August 27th, a celebration of the pastor Patrick Rogers from United Church of Christ, was a very dear friend of mine, and cancer took him away from us, and it's really very, very sad. So those are the highlights of the things that I participated in. Also, I gave a civics lesson to the Flying L's football team here in the chambers. We talked a little bit about what it's like to be in municipal government. So I guess that rounds it out. So a couple things. As you all know, the powers that be are considering what they're going to do about all the accidents that are taking place on the train intersections. And I'm very concerned that they're going to reinstitute the horns. So we have been working aggressively in various meetings, and I want to thank the city manager and our other city staff for participating to ensure that these quiet zones remain quiet and that they do not institute the horns signals at the intersections. It seems that the most egregious intersections are not even in Fort Lauderdale necessarily. We have our share, but they're not really the majority, so that's good to know. But we're working, I believe that the MPO is trying to secure grant money.
Were you there for the presentation?
Yeah, and yesterday it was announced that $25 million is now been secured through the federal government to study and implement more safety measures along the route from Miami to how far north it goes. I think it goes up to Fort Pierce, I think. Anyway, so that was announced yesterday. And let's hope that we can continue to keep those intersections quiet and not suffer through those horns that we endured all those many months. At some point, I'd like to bring up, not tonight, but I'd like to bring up the possibility of annexing that part of unincorporated Broward where our Peel Dixie plant is. We own that property and plantation, and there's always been an aversion to incorporating that into the city of Fort Lauderdale because of its negative income to the city. In other words, it would cost a lot of money for us to maintain it in terms of police and fire protection. But I think that part of Fort Lauderdale is going to be an opportunity for the city to develop and to provide housing for people, especially attainable housing, affordable housing, workforce housing, mixed with market rate housing. And I think it behooves the city to consider making application to try to see if we can annex that part of Broward County as part of the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Can I speak to that?
I'm sorry?
Can I speak to that?
Yes, please.
If you go back, when I proposed annexation of all of the 5 remaining unincorporated areas, that was one of them.
I remember that.
We already have the numbers, and it wasn't as revenue neutral as we thought. We have the data. I would like to see all 5 of them move forward at the same time because it wasn't what we thought it was. It actually was more beneficial, and we got the county to throw in some regional parks so that we wouldn't have to maintain parks. I think it was 2 of them, and one might be over near that site. I think I can't remember, but it's a great idea. But I would like to see all 5 of them move forward if we can do that, since we already invested the money in the consultant.
Well, perhaps at that time that we can, let's identify what those 5 sites are, because I don't know all 5 sites.
Franklin Park, Roosevelt Gardens, Boulevard Gardens, Washington Park, and Broadview.
Bingo. Okay, so let's talk about all of them, and at least let's start with this because there's an opportunity here. There's some developments that are being held back because they are under the jurisdiction of the county, and if we can take them under our wing, we can hopefully see some progress made there. My understanding is that in this particular area, the county has already invested significantly in water and sewer infrastructure, so we wouldn't have to worry about that, but perhaps you can get back to us with an update on that. Thank you.
And not to take away, but in those other areas, they put all the infrastructure in. They have maintained the areas in terms of the infrastructure. It's just that those areas were never picked to go into one of the bigger cities.
So let's just see what we can do to incorporate them, expand our domain. Okay, that's it. Anything else? Mr. City Manager, do you have a report?
No, nothing to report, Mayor.
Okay, anything further? Nothing? Okay, so the conference meeting is hereby adjourned. Can we take like a 5-minute break before we go into the CRA?
Cool.
Okay, folks, we're back on the record, and we're going to begin the CRA board meeting. I wonder if the clerk can please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas?
Here.
Commissioner Glassman?
Here.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Right here, sir.
Vice Chair Sorensen? Here. Chair Trentalis?
Here. So let's begin with the agenda. M1, motion approving the minutes for the July 5th, 2022 CRA board meeting. Do I hear a motion to approve those minutes?
So moved.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Please call the roll.
Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sorensen? Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and those minutes are now approved. R1, this is a resolution approving the final Community Redevelopment Agency operating budget and community investment plan allocations for the fiscal year 2023. Anyone have any questions with regard to that? There being none, do I hear someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
The resolution has been introduced. Please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency approving the final Community Redevelopment Agency operating budget and community investment plan allocations for fiscal year 2023 and providing for effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sorensen?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and that resolution is now approved. R2, this is a resolution waiving the maximum funding amount under the Property and Business Improvement Program, approving a Property and Business Improvement Program forgivable loan in the amount of $293,000 to Optimal Health Pharmacy. This is a new pharmacy. It's going to be located in the L.A. Lee YMCA Community Center at 1409 Sistrunk Boulevard, and authorizing the executive director to execute any and all related documents and delegating authority to the executive director to take certain actions. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's introduced. Any questions? There being none, please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency waiving the maximum funding amount under the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency's Property and Business Investment Improvement Program for Optimal Health Pharmacy LLC, approving a loan in the amount of $293,000, approving the Property and Business Investment Improvement Agreement, authorizing the Executive Director to execute all related instruments, delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions, and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sorensen?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes. So just to refresh my memory, that was to help with the build out of the space.
Correct. That is for the bays that are at the base floor of the YMCA.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Moving on to R3, resolution waiving the minimum project cost requirements and the minimum developer's contribution requirements under the Development Incentive Program, awarding a DIP forgivable loan in the amount of $1,125,000 to Food Friends Catering, LLC, for the Food Friends Southern Comfort Kitchen and Bar located at 1310 to 1312 Sistrunk Boulevard, authorizing executive director to execute any and all related instruments and delegating authority to the executive director to take certain actions. Someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduce.
I have a question. I mean, this is a lot of money for a build out of basically a restaurant. What is the contribution from the applicant? I see
So
it's
the build-out
I think it's
is-
194,000. That's like 10%.
Right, so the build-out is 1.3 million. Developer request is 86%, which is 1.125, so they're contributing 14%. And Clarence is here to speak more on that.
Tell us a little bit about the background of this applicant and why we're willing to spend so much money and invest in this operation.
Yes, Mayor and Commissioners. The loan amount, the percentage that the actual business owner is contributing is around 14%. The building owner has contributed some monies towards the project as well. When we talk about the experience of the business owner, they have not operated a standalone building before. What their business has been catering. This would be their initial foray into an actual store or static location. And the actual price or the cost of the building, as you know, cost in construction has escalated beyond anybody's control. When we look to undertake this project, we had numbers back last year that was just under $800,000. And now that we have a operator committed to it, going back and getting pricing again, you know, the escalation in cost for building materials has created what we see in the pricing being as high as it is.
What's the square footage of this space?
The square footage is just about 4,000. Is it 4,000?
Yeah, 3,012 square feet.
3,000 square feet?
Yeah, and there is going to be outdoor seating as well, so.
It's like
That's on the
$400 a
inside.
square foot to build out the space. If I'm calculating this correctly. I mean, I think it's a great thing to have in the area, but I'm just concerned. I'm glad that you have a background in the food business because at least you have experience in that. I don't want to see the city holding the bag if for some reason things don't work out. And, we've spent $1,125,000 to invest in the business. So, what
Mr.
gives you
Mayor?
the comfort level, Clarence?
I'm sorry?
What gives you the comfort level here that you feel that this is a good investment for the city?
Well, because this property is going to be an adaptive reuse of a existing building that's been in the community, in the neighborhood. And one of the objectives of the CRA is to try to maintain as much of the existing building stock as we possibly can. We don't want to try to knock down everything that's in the community and start over. So taking some buildings that may not be ready to just go in and operate, and then gutting them and doing an extensive rehab to them, repurposing them and giving them new life is really what we are created to do.
Well, all right, so that begs the question, there are all new rules and everything from the federal government regarding flooding and all that. Is this going to be able to survive the test of how low I mean, we had problems before with other businesses trying to adaptively reuse existing structures. In fact, there were restaurants, if I'm not mistaken, and there was a significant amount of cost that needed to be incurred in order to allow that building to continue to be used, considering it was built at a lower level than previous flood maps allowed for it. How about the current flood maps? Is this going to be able to sustain the test of the elevation that's going to be expected of them?
So the good thing about this is that once we redo the building is there. You're going to have a building that, and we're not just doing just the basic renovations. We're going to put a significant amount of money into renovating it and making it a really, really nice space. So regardless as to whether or not this business, in which we hope they do, us putting the funding into it to alleviate some of the cost is for the purpose of alleviating, some of the hardship that they may encounter, and they can basically focus on the actual business itself. So even if they don't make it, we'll have a building that's going to be a renovated building that if there needs to be a second generation restaurant, there will be. We will continue to hold the building owner to our covenant, which we will have a covenant on there that requires the building owner to give a preferential rent to this particular business for our money.
So these folks don't own the building. They're just renovating it.
Right, they're not gonna own the building, no, it's going to be renovated, and they're gonna get a preferential lease for, a significant amount of time so that, they can actually be sustainable and actually, hopefully, we can, have them there for, a good amount of time.
How much is the owner of the building pitching in to,
I think he's contributed almost about $200,000.
300,000?
200,
200,000,
yeah.
okay. Okay, is this money being allocated as a reimbursement? In other words, do they have to put up the money first and we reimburse them, or is this being given to them upfront to accomplish the task?
I'm sorry.
Is this a reimbursement, a loan, or is this, in other words, do they have to spend the money
This is a
first?
pay-as-you-go.
It's pay-as-you-go, it's not
Right.
reimbursement.
Right, right.
All right. Okay. Anyone have any questions?
Clarence, I'm sorry.
Just for the backup, it says the CRA will have second mortgage position and CRA funding will be provided as a loan forgiven after 5 years. So
It's forgiven after 5 years. Yeah, I'm aware of that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Clarence, 5-3 is a tight vote at the CRA board. What was the reason for that close vote? Was it what you just said about
Yeah.
the price and?
I think it was because this particular operator has not operated a business where, it's not just catering.
Brick and mortar?
A brick and mortar business, right. But, we think that they've shown that the catering and the food that that they prepare is something that the neighborhood would be able to enjoy, and they'll be able to provide a good business in the neighborhood.
Well, the brown gravy smothered pork chops look amazing on the backup, so I will say that I have faith in what you're saying. That, along with the grandma's fried chicken, I think that would be a meal in and of itself. Thank you.
Yeah,
All right.
Clarence,
Thank
I
you,
just have
ma'am.
one question. You mentioned that 14% is the amount that the applicant is contributing. Is that about what amount is usually given as a contribution from other CRA applicants?
Yes, remember, our program requires that, because it's in the priority quarter, it only requires a 10% match.
10% match, so they do meet that criteria.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, anyone have any further questions?
I don't have a further. I just want to speak to. It's interesting, the excitement that I'm experiencing in my district, and when I look at, and I've said this before, what does work very well in this district is restaurants. If you go back to the Irish, the Mizell sisters, I mean, they were teachers. Had a piece of property. They've been there some 30-plus years. Betty's Restaurant had a smaller kitchen on 22nd Road. She took Chuck 007's old building, which we're talking about repurposing, and she's been there for as long as I can remember. Donna's took BG's spot. This guy's a chiropractor, and it's growing. We have the other little Jamaican restaurant at 15th Avenue. We had the Skinner's restaurant, which is now occupied by a Haitian restaurant. It is striving. As you go further, you have Sea City, which was the old Muhammad Ali Champ Burger, has been there at least 10 years. Very successful. You have the one that we didn't think was going to survive, which was Smitty's. Now, a year and 14 months. You can't find a seat in that place. You go down to, what's the other one? That it's not finished yet, but it's at 6 and 9th Avenue. It's the vegan restaurant. She's never operated a brick and mortar, but she's been catering and has been very successful even during the pandemic. But brick and mortar is probably going to be a bigger
Opening-
success for her. When she opens that door, we had
I think next week.
Yeah, we had some real struggles with, and that's what Mary alluded to, that one and Smitty's in terms of what the cost of a existing building would take. But I think she's going to have great success in that area because when you think back historically, it had restaurants, it had entertainment, it was active, and urban flight, created what it has created in most communities. And to build it back, CRA's aim is to incentivize, attract people to come invest that, and the criteria is 10%. I think we've seen in these four cases, that they've exceeded the 10% criteria that we put out there to get folks to come invest in here. But I think when it's a restaurant, I mean, it's really going to work on that corridor because those folks like to enjoy the menu that Commissioner Glassman alluded to. I didn't even have a chance to look at that piece of it, but I'm ready to get a pork chop already. So I want more of this. I can't get it fast enough, but just kudos to you all wanting to come into an area like this and try this adventure. I'll be there for the first meal. Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? There being none, the resolution has been introduced, so please call the roll.
A resolution of the Board of Commissioners of the Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Agency waiving the minimum project cost and minimum contribution requirements under the Development Incentive Program for Food Friends Catering LLC, approving a forgivable loan of $1,125,000 under the Development Incentive Program, approving the letter of intent authorizing the Executive Director to execute all documents related to this transaction, delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes.
Commissioner McKenzie?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sorensen?
Yes.
Chair Trentalis?
Yes, and the resolution is approved. Finally, R4, this is a resolution approving a development incentive program award of $5 million to Sistrunk View.
You got a fan back there? They love you everywhere you go, don't they?
Approval of a letter of intent and commercial contract for the purchase and development of Fort Lauderdale Community Redevelopment Area property under solicitation RFP 12642-925 for the Sistrunk View project, and authorizing the Executive Director to execute any and all related instruments and delegating authority to the Executive Director to take certain actions. Would someone like to introduce the resolution?
Introduced.
It's been
You can have
introduced. Anyone have any comments or questions?
I do, Mayor. I'd like to discuss this item if we can.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. First of all, I went through all of the proposals that were shortlisted, the 3 proposals. This agenda item took a different path than we usually have seen in the past, and I really want to hear from some of the proposers if that's possible. I'll be very blunt right up front. I am not in support of approval of this resolution. Because I just don't think it fits the vision of that part of the corridor. I'm also a little bit disappointed that the CRA board did not have a chance to vet this, as typically they do when projects are proposed within the CRA boundaries. It took a little bit of a different path. We typically don't see the real estate, real property disposed of like this. Typically, we've seen people amass parcels, come to the CRA, it's vetted by staff, the CRA board has a chance to see proposals, thoroughly discuss, then they come to us. We're able to read minutes, we're able to get some idea of what happened. I'm unable to see anything in the backup that talks to me about how this selection committee came to this conclusion and this selection. I'm not seeing any minutes from that meeting. I'm not seeing a lot of detail about how that meeting happened and why that meeting happened. All I'm seeing from the CRA board, who we typically will rely on to vet these kinds of items is some minutes from July 12th, and they didn't even have a presentation of all three proposals. All they were told of was how this selection committee came together and made a decision. And so that was a little bit different than typically we see as a typical process when it comes to disposing of CRA property. I have a lot more questions, but Alan, I want to defer to you because I don't know how far to get into the weeds on this issue. I have a lot that I feel just did not happen properly here. I have questions about what this commission's vision is. I want to say also that the group that was chosen, I have the utmost respect for. I am thrilled with the Village View and the Village Place projects in Flagler Village. I think they've done a great job. I just don't happen to think that just one part of the city should have all of the affordable housing projects in the entire city. I think that we have to have much more of a sense of a community, places for people to go, as Commissioner McKenzie just said about the restaurants, so people can partake in different places. Because that street cannot be just all about Smitty's Wings. And I look for projects that return more revenue to the city. I look for projects that create an excitement and create a reason to live in a neighborhood. And for how many years now have I been listening to the need for a grocery store, a market in this particular area? One of these proposals actually, when I was going through them, actually offered that. So I think the commission needs to have a discussion about what is our vision for this particular part of the corridor. It's, to me, crucial to connect the east and west portions of the street. But again, I'm just wondering why it took this path where the CRA board was sort of shut out of this process, and then three people were asked to rank and come up with a choice that we don't know why they chose it. There's nothing for me to read, nothing for me to go on, and it's just really different. I mean, I know that one of the groups has been encouraged over the last 5 years to put together parcels in this area. This project, the one that I actually believe is the best of the three, has not been a surprise. It's been talked about for 5 years now, and it seems to be what the plan was with regards to the other parcels that the CRA had put up for disposition. So I guess I just have a lot of questions, Mayor, about why it did take this route. Again, very different. And also I'm looking at, revenue streams and forecasts that were in all of the proposals, and, one in particular really blows the other ones away in terms of what the city can recoup. So I don't know. I know this is a resolution to approve. Are we just simply to say yes or no, or defer, or delay, or reopen, or reconstruct the RFP? Even the RFP, to me, was vague. It didn't really, in my estimation, convey the goals of the commission on the street. It just was a little bit too broad, too general, just no specificity. So, Alan, what are our choices with this resolution?
Your choices, understanding that this is a public procurement item that went through a public procurement process, you cannot look at the other projects that were considered. You have the one project that's before you, and you have the option of either approving that or denying it. But because it went through the public selection process through a selection committee, Broward County ethics rules prevent you all as elected officials to either be involved with or supplant that process. The CRA, you mentioned the CRA board or the advisory board, the same would apply to them. They could not hear presentations because that's what the selection committee is for. So the options you have tonight, you cannot sit back and compare projects, which project's better. That's already been done through that process. You cannot, as elected officials, do that. Understanding also, and Clarence can speak to it more, but as to the process this is not just the disposition of property, but it's also the award of money from the program. So typically, my understanding has been it goes through a public procurement process to ensure fairness, objectivity, and so forth. And that's usually the better approach that we've taken in the past for these types of projects. But because it has gone through that, it is limiting you today to, of course, look at what's before you. If you don't like the project or you don't think it should be awarded, obviously that's within your choice to do that. But you can't get into the realm of comparing the other projects and either thinking those are better and should have been selected because that's outside your purview.
Let me ask you this, Alan. Does our procurement code actually speak to real property, especially property owned by the CRA?
Again, it's not just real property here. You're talking about.
I understand.
You're talking about
$5 million award.
It's the $5 million in the particular procurement that's been put out there. It doesn't specifically refer to it, but it doesn't prevent it from being used as a process, again, to inject that type of objectivity and transparency that the CRA was looking for.
Well, I've always felt that projects that came to us from the CRA board always did have transparency, and they always were vetted pretty thoroughly. And then we had a chance to at least read minutes. And why does this selection committee, why do we not have minutes in the backup? Why do we not see how the decision was made?
That I don't know. Typically, those are, and I can't speak to whoever was administrating the process, but again, those are things that you can't, you can ask questions about the process itself, which you're doing, and those that are better acquainted with the process that was actually undertaken here can answer that for you. But that's what you're limited to, is asking about the process.
And how was the decision made that this would not just be a project or projects that would come through how we typically see it go through the CRA board and then up to us?
I would have to defer to Mr. Woods on that.
Commissioner Glassman, your question again specifically?
I'm sorry, Clarence? I wanted to know how the decision was made. Typically, we'll see projects, come through the CRA board, they're vetted, then they come to the commission. And I mean, obviously, these projects didn't just happen overnight in terms of the selection committee, but what was the reason that it went through a procurement process as opposed to what we typically see when projects are proposed in the CRA?
So it's been my experience that every time we are divesting ourselves of land, when I say divesting ourselves, that means whether we're giving a lease or we're doing a fee simple sale. Based on my understanding of the CRA statute 163-380, there has to be some sort of public solicitation. You have to give everybody an opportunity to be able to, whether it's give a price for the land or give a development concept for the land. And then once that is done, then there is a selection committee that's impaneled. And we try to make sure that that panel is representative of everything that we're looking for. And we impanel the selection committee. We then give them the proposals, and we ask that they rank them. For this particular RFP, Bob Wojcik is the one that managed that whole process, and he can speak to exactly all of the questions that you were asking about the process. But know that we started this so that we, as the attorney said, we would have the most objectivity and be as transparent as we possibly can. That's why we went through bid sync in the city's procurement process.
And who selects the selection committee?
The selection committee, we put together the selection committee based on some information that we had regarding selection committees that came from the advisory board. As a matter of fact, the month before we put it out, we had the advisory board making the same comments that you made about they wanted to be more involved in how things got were selected or chosen. So one member of the selection committee was the advisory board chair, Ms. Rhoda Glasgow Fotheringham. So the advisory board did have representation on the selection committee. And maybe Lynn can speak to the whole disposition of property as it relates to Chapter 163. Again, we have to have a public process, and typically it's an RFP.
No, and I understand, and we always do. I mean, we don't do anything
Right.
that's not a public process. And
Right.
Of course.
But Bob can also speak to the selection committee and how that actually operated and how the proposals were ranked and that whole process.
And Ms. Solomon can speak to some of the process with regards to Florida statutes. Again, when we have projects come to us, you could have a developer come to us, to the CRA, and say, this is what I want, and they bring the project to you in hand. Here, this was the disposition of property with a projected and scoped project for people to respond to. So it's a little bit different, but Ms. Solomon can address it.
Lynn Solomon, Assistant General Counsel. So Clarence is correct. 163.38 requires that we invite proposals for the disposition of real property owned by the CRA. It has to be published in a newspaper of local jurisdiction. General circulation, excuse me. So in this instance, this is a little different than how we normally do it, because under the incentive program, usually an applicant will apply for incentive dollars and it's on a first come, first served basis. Usually staff makes the recommendation as to whether or not to award the funds. In this instance, staff decided for objectivity and independence to appoint an evaluation committee, which is not prohibited. In fact, we also appointed an evaluation committee in the scattered site program, if you'll recall. So staff made the decision to combine incentive dollars with the disposition, which we had to advertise and invite proposals for acquisition of the real estate. And in that, we had to show that it conformed with the plan and that what they were proposing to do conformed with our CRA plan for the Northwest section, which this board will make a finding that it does. So without getting too far down the road and taking your questions, at least I wanted to give you that bit of information.
No, thank you, and I appreciate that. But, typically when we go down the path of an RFP and a selection committee, the commission is presented with minutes, with basically showing us how the rankings were arrived at. We see what the weighting is for each of the criteria. We read of discussion. We read of deliberation, comments. Unless I missed it, did we have any of that here? I don't think so. I have not seen any of that in my backup. So that's very different from when we typically get an RFP and a selection evaluation committee. We have those tools to then make our decisions. I don't have those tools in this case.
Understood, Commissioner. I'll defer to Bob on that.
This is Bob Wojak with the CRA. Yes, in your package, there's the information that was assembled by the purchasing office that managed the process of the actual RFP. We prepared the RFP, and however it went through purchasing. They actually did took the votes, provided the vote count, specific vote count for the two meetings. They taped the meeting, and they would have the minutes available if they were requested.
Right, and I see the information that you're referencing in the CAM, but I don't see more specificity in terms of what I would look for in terms of just actual comments and rationale. I see what you're saying, again, that's in the CAM. It's not really, to me, what exactly happened and why and how everybody felt. And I mean, I can write people's biographies and experience and track record. I could do that myself for
I mean,
everybody and look that up.
They also, did interviews with the applicants, and all that's recorded. And if there's any comments on their scoring sheet, these are scoring sheets that are prepared by the Office of Purchasing, that is reflected on the actual score sheets. So, which is where their comments would be normally put by the members of the committee. And of course, the members of the committee have to be approved by the purchasing manager. So,
Let me ask you this then, why, if this went through the procurement process with purchasing, why are they not presenting to us this evening all of the details? Why is this coming through CRA?
Because the process requires a funding by the CRA, so you become the end authority in terms of awarding the project and awarding the funds for the project. And approving the agreement, which is with the CRA.
Thank you. Again, Mayor, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I will be voting against this. I would even make a motion to deny. I'm sure, I don't know if you have people that have signed up or not, but I just have too many questions, and I'm sorry, but.
There's a pending, the staff report is to recommend the approval of the recommendation by the committee, and so that's what's on the table now. If you don't agree with it, then you can vote against it. I have a number of people that have signed up to speak, but before we do that, is there anybody on the commission that wants to make any initial comments before I open up the floor to public comment?
I'll make mine at the end if necessary.
Okay.
But I did have one question for Lynn. The process you spoke of, this procurement process, and when it involves real estate, is that historically what has happened here in the city? Since I can remember, when I was on the other side building some of these projects, even the scattered sites, if it was public land, it was a competitive bid process that is dictated from a higher government than us. Am I correct, or can you speak it to me? I just want to know that piece. I just want to make sure that this just didn't happen. This wasn't something different. This is what we do with real estate.
Yes, Commissioner. In all of the CRA real estate-owned properties that I've done, we've issued an invitation to bid in a newspaper of local newspaper of general circulation.
But if I came to you with my own property and wanted this money or monies, it's a different route to get the funding.
Then you're applying, it's an open application process for the incentive. We have several incentives. You fill out the application, staff reviews it, determines whether it's not as qualified, makes a recommendation to this board as to whether or not to accept that recommendation. But again, we were combining the real estate, which had to be bidded, had to invite proposals with the $5 million. So staff just made the determination to have a separate evaluation committee and to package this together in an RFP working with the procurement department. I think that they wanted to have a robust application process. So not only did we advertise in the newspaper, but correct me if I'm wrong, but we put it on BidSync as well, which would have generated, and that putting it on BidSync is not a requirement of the statute, but staff decided to do that.
BidSync is just a notification to public and our vendors to participate. Thank you.
Okay, can I open public hearing now, or does someone else have any other comments? Okay, so we've got a number of people who've signed up to speak. I'd ask you to stick to 2 minutes if possible. I'll call 3 people at a time. Please come up to the podium and please speak directly into the microphone so we can all hear. Heidi Richards, followed by Mr. Francisco followed by Brian Johnson. Any of you folks here? Heidi Richards? Are you Heidi? Oh. Are you, who are you?
I'm deferring my time to Debbie Orshevsky. Heidi Richards.
Sorry?
Deferring my time to Debbie Orshevsky. Deferring my time.
It doesn't work this way. I'm calling a person's name. If a person is here, please step up and you have 2 minutes to speak. You're not allowed to, take over the meeting and say who you're giving your
Okay.
time to and so forth. So,
Okay, thank you. Nothing to say. Thank you.
okay, you're good? Okay. Heidi Richards is not here. Vel Ray Francisco, are you here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was your first name?
Valerie.
Valerie, okay, I couldn't read your writing. Followed by Brian Johnson, followed by Vernon Dooling. Mr. Francisco, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm a Broward County business owner. My own art and folly gallery. I focus my project scopes mainly in Miami and in Palm Beach County because I'm also the director for art fairs there. Focal point I want to see happen for this community is more art incentives, more buildings, more programming. Majority of your artists here in Broward find their ways down to Miami or in Palm Beach because there's no, how could I put this, incentives for them to create or showcase. The green screen projects that we have going for this community would be ideal. Location for incubators for local artists, 41 in total minority artists to showcase and produce. So I'd like to see this property come to fruition more of a art-centric place as opposed to just housing. Two, another element of our business is we actually generate residual income for other businesses. So restaurants, if that's a focal point. Every time we do a exhibit, for instance, Miami or in Palm Beach, restaurants and bars make 120 to 200% more per event. So we work with them very closely in the community. And as it stands right now, we do have a lot of support from local nonprofits, including the NSU Museum, 212 Broward, that would also like to collaborate with us to create some more art-centric programming for this community. That's my 2 bits.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, great, thank you. Brian Johnson, are you here? Vernon Dooling, are you here? A.L. Peretz, followed by Cheryl Dickey, followed by Leanne Barber. Leanne, are you here to speak on behalf of the CRA Advisory Board? Where are you, Leanne?
She's back there.
Are you here to speak on behalf of the CRA Advisory Board? I think the protocol, I've been advised that you're not allowed to speak unless you're here for the CRA Advisory Board. We'll talk about that when it's time for your turn. Mr. Perez, are you coming up? You waive your time, okay. Cheryl Dickey? Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Commission. Thank you for having me. I am here to be in support of, but I realize now that you all aren't able to have a conversation, but I'm supporting the Green Street project. I've been on Sistrunk for 12 years now. Obviously,
The project that's being proposed is not the Green Street
That
project.
is correct, and
Okay.
so I'm here to say deny it, since the attorney has just told us what you can and cannot do, so I'm saying deny it. But I also would like to speak to the fact that I would like to see a sense of place on Sistrunk. I've been there for 12 years, one of the first people to invest for many, many years. And we need density, we need walkability, and we need more than just affordable housing, as most of you all know. Affordable housing is the Northwest. So I would like to see some more commercial, some more retail, some more arts and business, just as the previous gentleman talked about. So I'm here to say deny it.
Okay, thank you. Leanne, my city attorney said that you can only speak if you're here to represent the opinion of the board since you're on the CRA Advisory Board.
CRA Advisory Board.
I'm sorry?
I am not on the CRA Advisory Board. I resigned about a month ago.
Okay.
No, that's fine.
Okay, so good, you're good.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Leanne Barber, the president of the Flagler Village Civic Association. As you know, or maybe don't know, I have recently resigned from the CRA board and joined the Affordable Housing Board. I asked to do this because of my belief that affordable housing is the most important priority for the city. I am here today, however, because I remain committed to establishing Sistrunk as a vibrant destination where anyone would be delighted to live, work, play, or visit. This was the vision in the 2014 TAP report, and I'm hoping that that vision hasn't changed. The ideals for the TAP report were for a pedestrian-friendly, family-friendly environment. To have a pedestrian-friendly environment, there needs to be walkable destinations, such as grocery stores, parks, coffee shops, offices, etc. The property in question is one of the only properties along Sistrunk that is suitable to create this walkability and social and business use. The top three proposals are very different in nature, which leads me to believe that the RFP was not specific enough to achieve proposals that could be compared against each other adequately. It seems like you are comparing apples to oranges. Are you buying apples or are you buying oranges? I am wondering whether you have mapped each proposal against the vision for Sistrunk as outlined in the TAP report to determine which would create a destination that people throughout Fort Lauderdale and the world would be happy to visit. The neighbors have said they want a grocery store within walking distance or within public transportation. There seems to be only one proposal that meets this need. Not sure where else there could be a grocery store and other amenities for the residents of Sistrunk and surrounding neighborhoods such as Flagler Village could walk or take public transportation to. I'm also concerned that while a couple of proposals are designated affordable or workforce housing, I see a great unrecognized and unmet need for basic micro-housing that could meet the needs of many residents currently hanging on by a thread. I'm concerned that we're building luxury units with government funds when too many people are sleeping rough and just need basic. These parcels are precious assets, and I ask the city that it leverage them to get the best possible development for the best use for the city and its residents. Please drive a hard bargain. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. How did you conclude? I didn't hear that. Please what?
Please drive a hard bargain.
Okay. So
Leanne, did we-
are you in favor or against the resolution?
I would say I'm against the resolution.
Okay, thank you.
Leanne, did we get those street signs fixed?
No, sir.
What's that?
No, sir. We're waiting for the price of fixing 14 broken street signs.
14? Okay.
14 broken street signs.
All right, we'll-
And we haven't got the price yet. Once we get the price, I'm going to ask some of our developers if they want to foot the bill, because I don't think that, well, certainly the Civic Association isn't going to foot the bill.
Okay.
So 14 broken street signs, not a very good design.
Okay. All right.
Okay,
Thanks
thank you.
for the update.
Dominique Key. Is Dominique here? Want to come up? Followed by Terrell Wright, followed by Rena Love.
Hello, my name is Dominique Key, and I'm here to basically just give a comment about.
You're going to have to speak up if you don't mind.
Mayor, we're a little confused. We don't know which RFP you're referring to right now. We don't know which one you're referring to.
R4.
R4.
That's what you signed up for.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Dominique Key, and I'm making a comment basically about the area medium income with regards to affordable housing. So the Broward County area median income for a family of four is $74,000. The maximum percentage rate that they're going to use it's 80%. So if you take the income of $74,000 and you multiply it by 80, you get $59,200. Dividing that by 12 months, it comes to $4,933 of a monthly income. So the rent rates are being set at 30% of family income. In that case, the rent has to be at $1,480 for a family of four, okay? With the household income of $59,200, which is 80% of the area median income, for it to be considered affordable. So keeping the rent at 80% of the area median income is about $1,400. It's not conducive for a family of four because they're building 1 and 2 bedroom apartments. So the concept of affordable housing is deceiving. It's not affordable housing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Terrell Wright, followed by Rena, I think it's Love, followed by Beverly Chambers.
Hello, I go by Rain and Love, and I wanted to start this off by saying a quick quote by Randy Parsh. We can't change the cards we're dealt, just how to play the hand. So my topic today is gentrification and the process whereby the character of a poor urban area is changed by wealthier people moving in, improving housing and attracting new businesses, typically displacing current inhabitants in the process. Who is most affected by gentrification? A new study by a Stanford sociologist has determined that the negative effects of gentrification are felt I'm sorry, I'm a bit nervous, you guys. This is my first time. Okay. Whew. By minority communities whose residents have fewer options of neighborhoods they can move to compared to their white counterparts. Why gentrification is a problem? Gentrification is a highly contested issue, in part because of its stark visibility. Gentrification has the power to displace low-income families or more often prevent low-income families from moving into previously affordable neighborhoods and shrinking residential options within cities. Just 2 ways of combating inequities. While gentrification may increase property values, it also raises rents and property taxes, pricing longtime residents out of their own neighborhoods, often leading to more white and fewer Black residents. In order to combat the likelihood of gentrification increasing socioeconomic and racial segregation within cities, there is a need for policies to be implemented like 1, property tax relief programs, which prohibit increases in property taxes for long-time, low and middle-income homeowners, and 2, vacancy property taxes, establishing an annual tax on vacant properties of $3,000 to $6,000. We can no longer be left out, literally and figuratively speaking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, before you leave, ma'am, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Figuratively
Speaking. Yes.
You used the word gentrification.
Yes.
You used the word pushing people out.
Mm-hmm.
You use affordability,
Mm-hmm.
or lack thereof. This site, not the group, this site hasn't had a structure on it since I can remember. So we're not tearing anything down. We're trying to improve or build. The last time something was on that site it was apartments. So we're not moving anyone. And then my next question to you, and it's probably to everyone in this room. Who in this room is a resident of that immediate area between 7th Avenue, Broward Boulevard, 24th Street, and Sunrise? None of those people are here talking about this project. Well, and are you going to speak? All right, and I would love to hear it. But we're the one, I live within 6 blocks of this place. And we want the very same thing that is over in Flagler Village. We want the same thing that's in other neighborhoods. Because something was once there, it was torn down. With a promise to build it back. Even the grocery store that Commissioner Glassman spoke of. At the Regal Trace commercial piece, there was a grocery store in that development agreement. that was supposed to be there. The grocery store, well, the half a grocery store, Save-A-Lot, left. And a few months ago at a commission meeting, we were talking about bringing Chin Medical there, and I argued to bring the grocery store back. So if one of these proposals I'm not supposed to be talking about has a grocery store in it, I mean, it needs to be located where we agree to put it. And all will benefit from that grocery store or from these housing units. I mean, from what I can see, Blackville Village and even on Los Olas, units are 1 and 2 bedroom, and some of them are not affordable. Some of them, they say are affordable, but I haven't found a unit, even in 613, which is a little east of 7th Avenue, less than $1,400 for 1 bedroom. We're not talking about low income. We are the low income district in the city. We have the most low income units in my district. And that's why we look for affordable workforce. So my teachers, my bus drivers, just everyday people can afford to move back here and do that, because you can't move anywhere else in this town. And I find that these $1,400 and $1,600 and $1,800 units are affordable for folks like my kids, who will sit 3 and 4 people in a 2-bedroom unit. I mean, it's just normal behavior. They can care less if they have a car. That's not my appetite, but I do desire something to happen at the site. It's been vacant. So I would love for you to participate a little more with what we're doing, maybe get on a board here and help bring some of your ideas to fruition. I'll be more than happy to make that appointment or recommend on my way out. But I think you should get involved and just get to know this area a little bit better than just from how we look at gentrification and how it's hit us in the face in our communities that you spoke so passionately about. But if people like you and me don't move back home to these communities, how do we expect anyone else to come here? And then we come back and we talk about what's here. 2 people in the room that live here, my neighbor and me. And I can't wait to see what she has to say. But we're concerned about what comes there. But we need something. We need some excitement before we get something that we really don't want here. And the rack and the definition of the zoning and the uses, you can only do what is there unless we change that zoning requirement. So obviously, all of the projects met the use. This process was what the process that was chosen because of the real estate, and that is why we're here. I think when I first got here, Mayor, the first 2 low-income units we did were right at Andrews, low income, at Andrews and Sistrunk. And they don't look like that. But I have folks that used to, three there. They don't like low income, but we're talking about affordable here, not low. I got kids that I taught once that moved back to the neighborhood and said, Mr. McKenzie, I'd rather live at Andrews and Sistrunk than in those green apartments because the rent is the same, but I have more amenities. I can go work out. I can go to the pool. I can wash my clothing inside my unit. I can walk across the street to the bar. I can, have dinner. I mean, I'm like, these kids didn't go off and get an education. They're just kids that never left this neighborhood, but they're enjoying what's here. Oftentimes, the professionals, like myself and Mr. Newton, who lives out and way out by the Sawgrass Mills Malls, I mean, we don't come back. But he did. He tried it and bought a house in Washington Park, the unincorporated area that I spoke of earlier. But later on hooked up with a beautiful young lady, and she desired more real estate. But we want the Newton Sanders, we want the professionals to come back and be in this neighborhood. That's the only way we're going to grow, because most of us left Greg Bruton, you left 10th Avenue, and you're gone. But we have to provide something so folks can come back here and participate with what we're building. And I think this commission has done a good job with bringing the stock or the inventory to the community. We've done way more than most folks would have thought we would have done based on how we viewed development. And we're at that tipping point because of what we did in Flagler Village, what we did downtown. It is coming across the tracks. It is inevitable. And how we do it. And sometimes if I don't get the ball, I'm upset. And I look at Cheryl Dickey. 12 years ago, she made one of the heaviest investments other than Maria Freeman in this corridor. And it was tough talking about office retail. But as we continue to grow, these type of developments are going to flourish because of what's coming our way. So I really want you to get more involved. And affordable housing is not a bad word. Low income is not a bad word, but I have enough low income in my district. I'm looking for affordable workforce and market rate. And I just want to share that with you.
Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for offering your services to assist and move forward.
We got you.
Thank you. Beverly, followed by Tyra Bacon, followed by Aretha Wimberly.
Mayor, I had a question before I start.
I can't hear you.
I have a question before I start. We're talking about, what was it, R4?
R4.
Okay. There was no presentation about that. So we're talking, and then there's going to be a presentation?
There's no presentation. There's a resolution that has been put on the floor. There's a backup that explains what the issue is about. Do you know what R4 is about?
I do, but I thought it would take the same course where whoever
Wait, I can't hear it.
whoever the bid
Can you speak into the microphone?
whoever had won the bid or whatever. I was expecting the CRA to make a presentation.
There's no presentation.
No?
No.
Okay. Can you tell me why? Because I don't quite understand.
Well, if you have something to say with regard to R4, you have the floor.
It's not going to be voted on tonight, though.
It's what?
Is it going to be voted on tonight, the winner of the bid?
It's going to be, a vote will be taken tonight with regard to R4.
Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thank you for the clarity.
Can I start your time now?
Give me one moment. Let me just get set up, because I thought it was 3 minutes.
You have 2 minutes.
I'm going to try and do it.
Start.
My name is Beverly Chambers, and I'm a resident of the city of Fort Lauderdale.
Please speak into the microphone. We can't hear
I'm a resident of historic River Bend Civic Association. Many of the native residents of Sistrunk have been watching the gentrification of Sistrunk being paid for by CRA dollars. We're not happy that over 90% of CRA money has been spent to support people from outside this community, a great deal coming from Miami, to own and control our community. We are adamantly opposed to the yes vote of RFP 1264295, Northwest Progressive, because the commission has not addressed the need for closing the disparity gap presented by MGT in their 2020 disparity report presented to commission on September 1st, 2020 at the cost of $175,000 to the taxpayers. In that report, and this report was obtained by, I work with a lot of children. This is just a footnote. Oh, maybe I better stop. And they found this report and brought it to us, and they started asking questions. So this is where a lot of this is coming from the youth in the Sistrunk area. In the conclusion, it states, this study provides factual predicated evidence for the establishment of a city with MWBE, that's Minority Women Business Enterprise Program. If the city chooses to explore the creation of a program that helps businesses in the community increase their procurement, they should explore the creation of the MWBE program. This program is the quickest means to raising the level of procurement for MWBEs in the community and will help alleviate the disparity seen in this report. This evidence is based on quantitative and qualitative data from the public and private source. Any program efforts must be narrowly tailored to rectify the issue identified in this report. As stated earlier, the program must be narrowly tailored to ensure that it meets court requirements. The city should look to neighboring municipalities to help shape their own programs. Here are a few suggestions. First, this is a question that I'd like to get an answer back when I finish. How did the city of Fort Lauderdale consider the disparity factor, and what remedies did we adopt to intentionally include minorities as the report suggested? Here are a few suggestions. We need to vote no to this very, very low percentage of Black ownership in comparison to dominantly white male ownership, building and management of the properties owned by the CRA from the Cis-Trunk corridor. The present behavior is the direct opposite of the recommendation finding from the 2020 disparity report. We need to vote no and allow time for staff to recommend and implement policy guidelines that were outlined in the 2020 disparity report to be established for effective MWBE programs. As somebody had stated, that the CRA may need to go back and revise the RFP, and that's what I'm asking for. We need to vote no until everyone collectively is on the same page as to the AMI, average medium income, either by Broward County or Cis-Trunk community in this RFP. There are different versions, 70,000, 22, 30,000 in our area. Whatever it is, we all need to be on the same page when we, meaning people that are applying, so that they all come up with the right answer. We need to vote no until we can clear and very concisely know the penalties for non-compliance of policy guidelines of the certification program to be created.
Okay, can you conclude, can you wrap it up?
Okay, sir, give me a moment. Local business enterprise, in the RFP 2.19, 2.20, 2.25, and 2.23. For local business enterprise reference, it's NA, it doesn't apply. For disadvantaged business enterprise reference, does not apply. 2.5, payment and performance bond, does not apply. 2.3, contractor performance
Doesn't sound like
review.
you're wrapping this up. It sounds like you can.
No, I'm just making a point from the RFP. These are the things that I'm
No, but
saying.
ma'am, you're allocated 2 minutes. I gave you 4. It's really not polite to interrupt other people who are here to speak too.
I'm sorry.
Can you please conclude your remarks?
Okay. In other words, what I'm saying is, if 90% of the CRA money is going to other than minority businesses, and the contractors or people that are being picked are outside of Broward, now inside, I don't understand, they don't do it in Dade County. We need to address it. We need to tweak the RFP. We need to get more minority business and minority business owners, and that's what the Cis-Trunk corridor people want. We want it. We don't just want to dance through the park on Monday morning. Our economics are very important to us too.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Mayor, I just have a question because I just need some clarity, and thank you for your time. So are you basically saying to deny this resolution?
I am saying deny the resolution and go back and revamp the RFP with respect to the 2020 diversity report that I don't think was ever followed up. In the meeting, the mayor said there would be a follow-up, and I don't think that it ever got to that where staff came up with something to address the disparity. And we're still operating that at 90%. So that means only 10% of Black business. And by the end of the sunset, any conditions will expire there with affordable housing. We don't even know if 613 is actually supplying affordable housing or low income. There's no way to find out. So they're getting these bids, they're contracting, and nobody is reviewing it or making sure that they're following through. That's all I'm saying. Make them follow through. We're giving them money. We're giving them land.
Can I make a
through.
recommendation, ma'am? A lot of the statements you're making are really not factually correct. So I would invite
Can you correct me?
Can I finish?
Yes, sir.
I would invite you to please talk with our director, Clarence Woods, who'd be very happy to help you understand some of the real factual situations. I don't think that everything that you're saying tonight is factually correct, and I don't want you leaving here tonight going away thinking that some of those assumptions that you've made are true, because they really, really aren't. We've been far more even-handed in the allocation of funds in the Sistrunk area and the CRA, and I think you'd be far more pleasantly surprised to know.
There's no way to track it,
Wait,
Mayor.
I'm not finished. I think you'd be far more pleasantly surprised to know what the truth is, rather than relying on assumptions that really make you feel bad about the program. And you shouldn't feel bad about the program.
No, sir.
Because we've been really, really good about how we allocate the funds. All right?
Where is the evidence of that?
I want you to speak with Mr. Woods. He'll be happy to talk.
The last time I did that, I went to the young man, the city manager, who's no longer here. He refers me back to Mr. Woods, and the problem lies in what Mr. Woods does. So you all are sending me back to somebody that's just going to tell me the same thing. If in fact 90% is inaccurate, prove it. Where's the documentation?
I think you should talk with him then.
I
He's the one
should-
that can give you that
I will talk to him, but then I'll call your office when I don't get the answer. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Tyra Bacon, followed by Aretha Wimberly, followed by Greg Bruton. Are these folks here today? Are you Tyra or Aretha?
I'm Aretha. Hello.
Okay, Aretha.
I was trying to defer and make sure I wasn't interfering with
Good
Tyra's
evening.
time. Good evening, everyone. My name is Aretha Wimberly. I'm here on behalf of Anna Henry, a representative of Home Beautiful Park Civic Association's rental
Please speak into the microphone a little bit better.
Okay, I thought I was. Is that better?
Much better.
Wonderful. Please let it be known that this community representative is requesting that this commission reject this item in favor of considering more innovative project designs that address health inequities and representatives of the rental community believe that the proposed development would further exacerbate food and health disparities in their community. Concerned community members have knowledge of alternative developments that would infuse more access to fresh fruit and vegetables and more opportunities to choose healthy food options and pedestrian-friendly landscapes. Whereas there is an appreciation for the potential beautification and modernization of the Sistrunk corridor, this project does nothing to disrupt the systematic disenfranchisement of the existing residents and would just continue more of the same. Over the last decade or so, a considerable amount of grant funding was awarded to the Sistrunk Boulevard area and the adjacent unincorporated Broward Municipal Services Districts. Investments have improved the aesthetic appeal and incentives to encourage the improved return of investment for developers. It is undeniable that the pervasive poverty and depressing conditions that were part of the residents' daily life contributed to those grant awards. Therefore, the people whose quality of life is the reason for the funding that made the area more attractive are asking for their voices to be heard and on the record. Although this population of Fort Lauderdale residents might not have the kind of academic or professional achievement as this highly esteemed board, we hope that their request to reject this item in favor of a more equitable and inclusive design is received with the measure of respect, empathy, and integrity it deserves. Whereas we've heard about how tasty and wonderful and yummy we anticipate the brown smothered pork chops and fried chicken to be, they're not so good for this population that is overwhelmed with health disparities related to hypertension, obesity, and heart disease. A litany of food options.
Are you kidding me?
I'm sorry?
Nothing, go ahead. Can you please conclude your remarks? Your 2 minutes has passed.
Okay, thank you. A litany of food options have been brought to the forefront this evening during this meeting. None of them address the health disparities in this community, unless the expectation is for the existing population to move. Regarding affordable housing, a large number of the population are currently receiving housing assistance that fall under HUD guidelines. If they have children of different sexes, then those 1 to 2 bedroom apartments are not options for them. They would be forced to move out of the area. Thank you for your time. On behalf of the Home Beautiful Park Civic Association, Representative Anna Henry, she asked that you please consider rejecting this item and taking into consideration the extensive research that was done with the community engagement as recently as a couple of years ago through the Healthy Community Zone, where significant data was submitted to the county and the city about the needs of this community to improve its health and economic vitality.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you. Greg Bruton, followed by Newton, I can't read your last name, followed by Elon. Greg Bruton, there you go.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioner.
But before you start, sir, I'm the district commissioner, and we want what everybody else wants. We want economic development, we want restaurants, and we do have, for the record, in our community, multiple community gardens. When you look at how we rebuilt the housing authority, that healthy component came with it. There's 4 gardens between all those units that we have in there that we classify as low income. On my street, my neighbor, is Pearl Copeland's grandson, dedicated the lot next door as a community garden. If you want kale, and it's about 50 to 75 young people that come there and tend this place every day. And if you're looking for healthy living, and you've chosen that, we have multiple opportunities for you to experience that. And most of what we're doing, we look at that. Even at the YMCA, the restaurants that come into that economic piece, they have to be healthy. And they partner with the housing authority to make sure that we have healthy living, healthy communities. That's why I didn't mind when Bass Brothers was torn down, because it didn't provide that diet that we need. But if we had a Publix, we had a fresh market, which typically those stores don't want to come into these communities. Save a Lot did. Thank you much. But just to speak to some of these testimonies at the microphone that we're looking for a community garden there. I'm not, and the people that live there, the retired principals and educators and the homeowners, we know what we want in our neighborhood. So we're not looking for that. And if you look at apartment units, other than in gated communities, the typical model is 1 and 2 bedrooms, not 3 and 4, and you want to classify it as low income. They will cost you more. The more units, you're in the real estate, the more money. So I don't want these testimonies to be accurate in how they're being stated. It's just, like you said before, the young lady before that, the information is not true. Get with our staff, find out what the truth is, look at the plan for the 6th trunk corridor and all of our racks in the city of Fort Lauderdale. We have all these racks that are titled, planned differently based on how we wanted to grow the city. So you pick the rack, the definition is there, and we've been working on this way before I sat here. So it's not Robert's idea. It's a planning idea that's been on the drawing boards for years and years and years.
Okay, Mr. Bruton.
Yes, good afternoon. Again, Greg Bruton. Greg Bruton and Associates. And I'm glad you mentioned that, Commissioner, because that was something that I don't have to respond to now. But I do want to say that the development team that I'm on, this development team of this project, the development team is a minority team, and it meets some of the criteria that I believe the young lady spoke of earlier. But I do want to draw your attention to something. I want to make sure that there's a remembrance here. When we rewrote the code about 8 to 9 years ago, we met extensively when I was working with the city to find out what this community wanted. There was a line drawn at 7th Avenue. East of 7th Avenue wanted something, west of 7th Avenue wanted something entirely different. We had to change the code to force developers to come in and do 10% affordable housing. 10 as an incentive. Our project is 100% affordable housing. That's what the community wanted. They wanted to have an opportunity, just as the commissioner stated, that people in that community would enjoy the same type of livelihood that exists throughout the entire city of Fort Lauderdale. Somewhere where you can have an apartment and go downstairs and have a coffee or a workout facility and not be market rate units. So we took that into consideration when we replied to the RFP. We wanted to make sure that we responded to the voices of the community, not of a couple, but of the community. There's no reason why, at this particular point, we should be entertaining whether or not it's appropriate to have this type of development at that location. We talk about grocery stores. We tore down a grocery store. A grocery store on the east side of 7th Avenue went out. This particular site is not conducive to a grocery store location, in my personal opinion, because it's wrapped around an existing operation. Doesn't make sense to do that. What makes sense is to do what the community has asked for the last many, many years. Provide a quality of life for everyone, not market rate housing, not low income housing, affordable housing. We rewrote the code to afford that to happen. And that's what we're doing.
Thank you. Newton, followed by Elon, followed by Roosevelt, and then Debbie Orshevsky. You have noted on your CRA board. Are you on the CRA board? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the commission. Newton Sannon, President and CEO OIC of South Florida. We are a proud partner with the initiative and this partner for the project. I spent the last 21 years serving this community as the President and CEO of OIC of South Florida. We're a community-based workforce development organization. We don't just think to serve the underserved. It is our core mission. We serve those that are returning from incarceration. We serve teen moms. And so when this group asked us to partner with them to make sure that there was equity in terms of creating jobs for this community, not just construction, but post-construction, we were elated to do so. We believe they're committed to doing that. So I think I want us to say to those who are involved and interested in this project, be assured that I would not be standing here if I didn't feel the commitment is there to make sure there was opportunity for residents in this community. And we expect to leverage our federal and local resources to bring another value to this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to say to those people who are here for the 6 p.m. meeting, there's going to be a delay. We're still working on the CRA board meeting. And when we're concluded with that, we're probably going to take a 20-minute break. So we're not going to start any sooner than 6:30. If you want to step outside, I can tell you that I don't want to see you all, standing around thinking we're going to start immediately, because it's going to be a little bit delayed tonight. Elon, followed by Roosevelt, followed by Debbie.
Good evening. My name is Alon Matoyer, and I represent the Housing Trust Group, which is part of the proposal team. So I just wanted to state some facts on how we do meet the CRA goals. So one of the CRA goals, of course, is to provide affordable housing and workforce housing, which we're doing. And our rents are going to range from a low of $510 to $1,400. And that's affordable with for persons' incomes or households' incomes anywhere from $20,000 to about $75,000 a year. What we tried to do when we designed this project, too, is to make sure that it was a live-work environment. We do have 5,700 square feet of commercial space on the bottom floor that will be rented out to the CRA as a master lease, so it could be really tied to the residents at a reduced rate.
How many square feet in the?
5,700 square feet of
700
commercial
square
space.
feet?
Correct. Which I said will be, rented out at below market rates, so it could be, rented out to people in the community. Also, what we're trying to do, and as you can see, you talk about Village Place and our projects that we've done in the CRA. You know, we always try to do luxury, affordable developments that win a lot of national awards. And just like those deals or projects have won awards, this deal will also. Okay? In terms of, you know, job creation, we are very committed, and that's why we have Newton here, to make sure that we meet all the goals of the CRA in terms of job creation and having local participation. So, you know, I just wanted to say that we're very excited to be here today. We're very excited about this development and opportunity, and to reiterate, we do meet the CRA goals. Thank you very much.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
The piece you talked about, CRA, 700 square feet.
5,700 square feet.
How many square feet?
5,700 square feet of commercial space.
Who's gonna operate that, you or them?
So we have whatever the CRA wants to do, we're gonna rent it out at a lower rate.
At a lower rate?
Correct.
The key is the lower rate?
The lower rate. And then one thing I'm gonna be very clear, we're asking for a loan. We're not asking for a grant, even though it's a low-income loan. We do plan to pay this money back. So I just want to be very clear. That's one difference, I'm pretty sure, in our proposal that was very, very instrumental in terms of making that decision. So I know there was, you know, conversation that it was the returns back to the, you know, city. We're returning all this money that we're given. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, just a question.
Yeah.
Did you do any neighborhood outreach on this project?
We didn't do a lot of neighborhood outreach. We just kind of responded to the RFP. We try to do that once we get the deal and project. We are going to do that after the fact. This is only a model. We try to maximize the density, but, you know, typically in our developments, you know, we get them, before we go to finalizing the deal and finalizing the project, then that's when we start getting the community involved.
And I ask that question with all due respect because although I am still having issues with this process in general, I'm also surprised because I don't remember the last time I saw a project come before us for approval with not one person from the immediate neighborhood speaking in favor of it. I'm just going to leave it at that.
Got you.
I would just say in the future, I really would advise speaking with the neighborhood and making sure folks know what you're planning so that when it comes to an agenda item like this for a vote, people are there for you. We've only heard people speak against and asking us to deny this resolution.
Yeah, and to be fair, those denials are, I don't know the correct way of saying those denials, but like they said, they're not factual. So
that's debatable, but I'm not going to debate it right now. But I thank you for listening.
Yeah,
thank you.
Thank you. Roosevelt, followed by Debbie Orshevsky, and that would, anyone else wish to speak on this item who has not signed up? Okay, thank you.
First of all, I'd like to say good evening. My name is Roosevelt Bradley, President and CEO of Elite Equity Development, a part of the team. We went through this fair process. We won it fair and square. The committee scored us the highest. When we did the interview, they scored us the highest. That's because we had the best project. On a small 2-acre site, we got 106 units with affordable and workforce housing combined. We got the pool on the roof so you can sit up there with your glass of champagne and look for the sunrise and sunset. We have a gym, a computer room, and other amenities and 5,700 square feet for the community to have their businesses there. We thought about everything. And we talked to Greg. He knows the community very well. And we got a team that represents the community. And as Elon said, when you approve this, and we hope you will, I beg and ask you to, you will be thoroughly surprised at what we do. When you walk through our units, if it's affordable or workforce or market rate, it doesn't look any different. You're gonna say, wow. No matter what your economic status is, you walk through the same front door. We make you feel proud of where you live. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Debbie Orshevsky, are you on behalf of one of the applicants?
Yes, I'm here on behalf of Fuse 9, the Fuse Group, A.L. Peretz, who's with me this evening. They were the third-ranked proposer.
What is that?
No, I don't need that, Sammy, please. They were the third-ranked proposer in this RFP.
And we want to urge you to deny this request for this evening. Let me explain a little bit about the investment that Fuse has made in this community. They have acquired virtually adjacent to and across the street from the RFP property. They have already acquired and invested in this community almost double the amount of land area that your RFP provides for.
Sorry, Debbie, but this is exactly what I had referred to before. We can't get into the pros of the other projects because that puts you in a very, very difficult place from an ethical standpoint.
I just wanted to give to the clerk, city clerk, a copy of 176 support letters that we've obtained.
No,
They've already been provided
you're putting all of them in jeopardy.
I'm leaving the meeting. If that's what you're saying, you're my counsel. I'm leaving the meeting until we talk about what's on the agenda, not what we are trying to undermine. The meeting.
I will simply say then, if I may, that additional affordable housing, even with a minor commercial component, is not something that is in the best interest of this corridor. We believe it needs a innovative, mixed-use kind of approach consistent with the CRA plan, and I would urge you to deny this request tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this? We don't need a motion to close public hearing, do we?
No.
No, okay. So, anyone have any further comments from the commission? I want to say a few comments before we go to a vote.
I have comments also.
Go ahead.
Can Commissioner McKenzie come back? I'd like to hear
I
his
don't know why
comment.
he left, but he left.
You're out there, Commissioner McKenzie?
So go ahead.
So I've read this over and I've thought about it a lot, and I just have a couple thoughts about this particular proposal that we're voting on tonight, not the other two. 106 affordable units, and when we say affordable, we're talking about workforce housing. Obviously, I went back to teaching today. Both my daughters are in education. One daughter's living in Gainesville, paying $700 a month for rent, and making a teacher salary. The other's living in Broward County and paying, over $1,600 a month for rent. She can't even afford to look anywhere in Fort Lauderdale. I just really feel like we need more workforce housing units in our city. I've said it for years. I've served on the Broward League of Cities as your representative. I've served on the Florida League of Cities. I've gone to the National League of Cities. Every time I go to a conference, we talk about workforce housing and the crisis in our entire country. I see that this proposal, really comes in and meets that need. I see the, $500 a month for someone who's making around $20,000. $1,000 a month for someone making around $42,000, $1,300 a month for the next level. This isn't very low income housing. This is for our teachers, our nurses, all the people that we need to find a place to live. Once again, I've looked at a place for my daughter to live in Fort Lauderdale and I could not find it. I just think we need to do better for our community by leveraging the land we have to provide workforce housing. I don't know. I've listened to everything. I also like that it's gonna pay $63,000 a year back to the CRA, to the Economic Development Corporation. That's a policy we came up with, the Economic Development Corporation, to allow some of the residual funds from the CRA that's gonna sunset to keep, living. It does have 5,700 square feet of commercial space. I just think this is a good use of our space, our land.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments?
I do, Mayor.
Okay,
Thank
go
you. So again, not to repeat what I've said earlier, but
Are you going to repeat it?
yes, I am, because that's why I said not to repeat what I've said earlier. Of course, thank you. You know me too well. Again, I've actually seen a lot of those letters already, letters in support of one of the other proposals, but that's not what we're here to do. I've spoken to a lot of folks in and around the area. We've heard tonight from people that live in the area that are not supporting the resolution that's in front of us. I've already expressed my concerns with the process. I even found in some past minutes an old quote from the District 3 Commissioner who said, quote, "We're not going to be the dumping ground for all the affordable housing in the city," unquote. I just think that we need to have a discussion as a commission about the vision for this particular corridor, especially these particular parcels. And I will repeat that I believe that because of process issues and other questions, lack of information in our backup on exactly how this one group was selected by the selection committee, no comments to read, no minutes to read, highly unusual. I have to say that I think we have to deny this resolution and start again. So I am, actually, I will make that motion to deny the resolution.
Well, there's a resolution on the floor to approve the recommendation by the city staff. A motion is out of order, so you either vote for the resolution or against it.
I'm sorry, we had a resolution, someone made a motion to support it?
There's no motion. It's a resolution that's
Just the
introduced.
resolution, so just to introduce the resolution.
It's been introduced.
Oh, it has been introduced?
Yes, it's been introduced.
Okay.
And
That's how we started talking.
Great,
that's how we
thank
started
you.
the conversation, and you either vote for the resolution or against the resolution.
Thank you, and I will not support the resolution.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, so, honestly, I think this is, it's, the call for more affordable housing in the city of Fort Lauderdale cannot go unheeded. More affordable housing is necessary. The question is, where do we put affordable housing? As the commissioner said just now, should one area be a magnet for all affordable housing? No, obviously. Is this the most appropriate type of facility that should be built on this site? That's the question tonight. And I think it's a great project. I think the fact that there's a variation in incomes that are qualified to be able to live there is really significant, because it's not just one income level, it's all income levels. But I just don't think that's the place it needs to be. One of the problems we're seeing, especially in Flagler Village, which is right behind us, is that we're seeing all this residential, but where are the amenities? Where's the commercial aspect? Where do you walk to? You keep talking about live, work, play, but where do you go? Where do you go? There's no place to go. And if we don't do something soon in Flagler Village, it's not going to be a sustainable neighborhood. I don't want to see that happening in the Northwest. I don't want to see us just have residential communities and no place to go to. 5,700 square feet of commercial is meaningless when we don't know what's being programmed for that site. When there's an opportunity to perhaps program the site where we can have a gathering space for the community, that's what's missing. That's what's missing in so many of our residential communities. And so I'm not sure this was the best location for this building. And so, I would support the denial of the resolution, because I think we can do better. And I would encourage us all to, think about holistically how we're trying to design neighborhoods. Because if Flagler Village, which is behind us, is any example of how development can get away from us, we need to be very careful. There are more and more buildings that are going to be built in Flagler, but I see fewer and fewer commercial opportunities there that help create a neighborhood. So let's learn from a bad example, and let's try to do better. And
Mayor, what about every single building is mixed use? Every building we build has commercial or some sort of amenity space on the bottom floor. I mean, I thought that is our master plan, to put residential on top and commercial on the bottom.
There's commercial space on the first floor, but they're not designed for large-scale businesses. For example, some of the buildings that are built, they have 2,000, 2,500 square foot spaces. To have grocery store, drug stores, those are much too small for the kinds of things that people want to walk to. Food marts, flower shops, salons, these are the types of things that are part of our daily life. And so, and these residential developers are not committed to bringing those kinds of businesses there. Mitch's Delicatessen is probably the first thing that I've seen where it's worth walking to, and it's a gathering place for the community. But there's 20,000 square feet of empty space in that building on the first floor. Where's the commitment from the developer to put some kind of amenity there? The only place in the Regional Activity Center that was successful at doing that was the Stiles building called the Main, in which they put a Greenwise grocery store in the first floor. Very popular. It's a gathering place. People want to live there because they can just go down the elevator and do their shopping. And until we understand that that's how successful neighborhoods thrive and are sustainable, then we're not going to see a sustainable downtown. And I talk to developers every single day. You know, you need to push for this. You need to include this. And, you know, they say, well, if you build the residential, the commercial will come. Well, if you don't dedicate a space for it, they can't come. And if you charge too much money per square foot, they won't come.
Well, and that's why the $12 a square foot is something that's important for them to make sure the lease rates don't go up. And once again, when I go down Sistrunk, I see that there are plenty of storefronts that do not have, they're not filled yet. I mean, I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm wrong.
Commissioner, it's frustrating.
I think there's still room for people to come in who have commercial uses for Sistrunk. I've gone to the YMCA. The entire bottom floor is a commercial use. You know, it's not filled yet. You know, I know workforce housing is a problem.
But Commissioner, as the mayor said, we have to create neighborhood amenities. We have to create a neighborhood. Housing without a neighborhood is nothing. You need to have services. You need to have a project there that is going to attract what you need. The one resident from the neighborhood that we heard spoke very eloquently about the need here on this street to go be able to purchase fresh fruits and vegetables, to go purchase healthy food choices. And then if you read all, and I know we're not supposed to talk about all the other options, but if you read all of the proposals, we have to have a project on this particular site that has that, and that also has commitments from retail spaces already in place and that we know are going to provide those services, and also at the same time provide revenue back to the city. That's also another piece that we have not talked about, but it is an important piece as well. So I have to agree with the mayor that we have to do better on this particular site.
All right, anybody else have any comments?
I just want a quick question, Clarence. The $5 million loan that's going to be repaid, because we typically talk about on this commission that there's no investment on the side of the developer, and how much are they committing? Please explain to me, because this is the first time I heard someone saying they're going to take $5 million from us and pay us back. This is the first time I heard so much creativity in a project to include everything that the Northwest RAC defines in how we did community outreach 8-9 years ago to get people to come across those tracks and invest in this neighborhood. But a lot of the projects that are being invested in our neighborhood are people that look like the people that live there. The young lady that spoke earlier, no disrespect, was from Home Beautiful, across the street, all low income. We're talking about an affordable unit here. And I once sat here when you were district commissioner, Mayor, no disrespect, and you advocated and you fought. I mean, you laid down in the middle of the streets to get Flagler Village built. And I enjoy Flagler Village right now because I live 7 blocks from it. I can walk it, run it, take my golf cart and go down there, take my Porsche and drive down there, take my truck and go down there, and I eat, I play, and I do everything that I would love to do 7 blocks to the west. And when opportunities present themselves in my neighborhood where I live, and I'm also the district commissioner, I would love to have this project. I recommend we do it. Do I think we'll get it tonight? If we're going to use the comparison of Flagler Village, it's a mistake. I think Flagler Village is an example of what we should do all over this world because it was slighted, it was blighted, but look at it now. And what happens there tilts over into my neighborhood. You think I want those 35 empty lots? I want somebody to build on each and every one of them. I don't want buildings being torn down. In case you haven't noticed, the people that came up here tonight, the little palace, Ms. Jones, was torn down recently by one of the proposers. Bass Brothers was torn down by one of the proposers. Here we have someone took a piece of land, vacant. Wanted to invest millions on the side of the track that some of you would never dare come and visit. You might drive through on your way to St. Thomas, but you wouldn't stop and have geographical locations. I want the momentum to keep coming west, because if we get it, this town's
take certain actions and providing for an effective date. Commissioner Moritas?
Yes.
Commissioner Glassman?
No.
Commissioner McKenzie?
yes.
Vice Chair Sorensen?
No.
Chair Trentalis?
No. Resolution is not passed. Is there any further business of the CRA? There being none, meeting is concluded. We'll be back in 20 minutes.